give my life. What a thrill, with darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill, I'm searching and I'm melting to you. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you.
迷い呼ぶ声に答え溶けてゆくあなたのささやき心狂わせる愛にあふれて命枯れても私はすべて捧げるたとえ打ち砕かれても涙は見せないスネーキと雨の中に二人濡れて光る傷跡明日は見えないでも二人信じて恐れない愛にあふれて命枯れて私はすべて捧げるたとえ打ち砕かれてもそれは望みスネーキと
Yo, what's up, everyone? How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you all. Give me a second here. I'll get my Streamlabs open. What's up, guys? Lepe coming in, I see, with the 28 months. Thank you. Let's see here. Ho, ho. Come on, Streamlabs. Don't be like this. Don't misbehave. Knight as well with the 43 months. Cheers, Knight. Genome with the 4 months. Ambient with the 26. Psy with the 10. Setzer. Wait, no, never mind. That was actually at the very end of yesterday's stream. Setzer, you're probably not there. That was just as I was about to end the stream after I said my goodbyes. So I'll have to look out for Setzer to thank him today if he's here. Isma with the 42 as well. Thank you. How's it going, everyone? Let me open up MGS4 here and we'll continue. We're still pretty early on. Our last session was like 5 hours and we still have to meet Meryl. We were watching those trailers for quite a bit, doing a bit of fucking around, helping the rebels, listening to the first 2 podcasts, which were terrible. But they were really just an introduction. So it seems like once we get to the Advent Palace, that's when the podcast will begin properly. So hopefully the next one won't be as boring. Give me a second while I get this shit off the screen. Yeah, I've never listened to the entire podcast. So a lot of this will be new for me. I think I only listened to a few of them. But yeah, the first 2 are just like an introduction. Rollers with the 8 months as well. Thank you. I think I need to turn up the volume a little bit. MGS4's audio is weird. It's like sometimes the cutscenes are like dead silent. Okay. So I guess we'll try and get the liquid flashback during this sequence. We tried it last time, but I only had like 1 ration. We fucked it up. We'll try and bring a few more rations this time, a few more health items.
Okay, Snake. Hurry to the rendezvous point. Your radar is marked with which way to go.
Beat lip with the 6. Cheers. It's kind of weird how there are some areas in this game where you can't win the war. You know, where the fighting will just continue forever. But the game doesn't really ever give you any indication, I don't think, of those areas, like where those areas are. You just kind of have to come to that conclusion yourself. Oh, the enemies just keep respawning. I guess I'm just going to have to move on. One part of the game which isn't really that intuitive. Like, because I think this area here is one of those areas. You know, you get to the end and they just keep respawning forever. I don't think it's possible to win with the rebels. There's one area in Act 2 that's like that as well. Low Life with the 40 months. Thank you. I guess we'll help these boys out a bit here. Oh, you're gonna... Yeah. Yeah. We're on hard, so we're not taking much damage.
You can't spare any reinforcements. You'll have to make do.
It's a striker. BMCs have sent reinforcements. Now their defensive line is a lot thicker. It's gonna be tougher to break through. That striker will be shooting at you, too. Stay on your toes. It might be best to avoid that area altogether if you can.
Thank you, Otacon. Nauska with the 15 months. Thank you. We'll take out this guy here. I think we can.
Be careful!
Just about. No, we can't. Okay. Hey, what's up, Ace Place? What's up, everyone? Hope you're all doing well. Oh, hey. He's committed. Gets shot a couple of times, goes back.
Don't have to twist my arm. Thanks. Yours.
We should be able to get some music from one of these guys. Oh, nice.
Here. Don't have to twist
Anything
my
else?
arm. Thanks. Yours.
I think that's going to be some music, yeah. Portable ops. Hey, what's up, AJ? Nothing new with me, really. Just chilling. Having a pretty cozy Friday. Trousers, neckties, undershirts. You know, I don't remember looking at this before. Washing. Okay, we'll help these guys out here as well.
Charge! Nice work. Save me.
Cool how we can see the item fall there as well, the magazine or whatever it was. Bag of crabs with the 169 bits. Cheers, man. And thank you. The way he looked down at his friend there while he kept on shooting. Really not the smartest bunch here.
Damn it.
Juicy, Mario, what's up? He really looked like he was alive. For whatever reason, just that position he was in. Similar to when you're holding them up on the ground. Don't think there's anything too special here. Laser sight, I'll take it. ULV, what's up? Nothing else. I wonder if at one point in development you were allowed to side with the PMCs.
We did it!
Lazma with the 8 months. Thank you.
So that's where you were.
What's up? Hey, the same thing again. The other guy didn't get caught though. Just ignores his poor friend.
Suppressing fire!
Did you know about a hidden flashback in the snow area in the control towers? Or is it because of Liquid's TTS voice that you don't show it? The chopper flashback? I show that every time. You talking about the flashback after Crying Wolf? Where you can find the chopper and get the flashback? We usually show that every time. It's Meryl's flashback that I don't show all the time because I really hate how they rewrote that scene for Twin Snakes. Bag of crabs with the 100 bits. I don't give a shit about what medication Snake takes. But thank you. Sorry, bag of crabs. I appreciate it, though. I just skimmed through your question. I just wasn't bothered, man. I'm really sorry. I mean, I'm not really sorry, but you know what I mean. Formalities and all that. I'm taking some unnecessary damage here. Hey, what's up, Wexford? Oh, I didn't see you. We should have noodles, I hope. So funny in those trailers when Nauticon is talking about the power of the cell right as the Mark II fucks up. When it falls on its ass. Ooh! Let's equip those noodles now. They just endlessly respawn here.
Understood. Regroup and engage.
I really should be using the M4. It's a lot more stable with all the upgrades. Oh, I'm out of fucking ammo. There it is. Oh! I was just conditioned. I didn't even fucking think about it. Sorry, man. Are we good? Okay, they're letting me away with one kill. We're good.
Snake, is that a drum? And what, pray tell, do you plan to do with it? It's bigger than you are.
That's the point, Otacon. It has to be at least this size.
We already got that before.
Hurry, Snake. The rendezvous with our informants is just up ahead. Check your radar to
Yeah, they still had the love hearts above their heads and everything. Or at least that one guy did. He didn't seem to care too much. I mean, I put in a lot of work for them just then. Not that that fight out there is ever going to end. Hold on a second, Snake. Oh, yeah, Snake. We don't show that one too often. We've done it before, but yeah. Okay. We're here. The Advent Palace. Solza with the 5 months. Thank you. Let me just check here as well. If I'm missing anyone, I don't think so. All right. Ryan Payton. Take it away. Podcast number 3.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Snake looks
Broadcasted
hype.
from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello everyone, welcome to the first official episode of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. My name is Sean Eystone, and I'll be your navigator and guide through this session, and I'm here with...
Aki Saito, I'll be your...
Oh, it's Sean this time, not Ryan.
With
Right.
jokes, joined by... I'm Ken Imaizumi, producer of Metal Gear Solid 4. I'm just watching and maybe chatting a little. That's cool, Ken, but we need your tips. Okay. All right, Sean, let's play through the game.
Alright, so everyone's gathered here at the lobby of the Advent Palace.
Okay.
So first of all, I just want to tell everyone, just stay where you are, don't move. We have a few things we want to explain before we begin.
Okay.
Okay, so throughout this tour, and this doesn't apply to just this tour, but through all these game guides, there are going to be parts, sections where we're going to tell the user to maybe equip a certain item, like the solid eye.
Yeah.
And that's really useful for looking around for items and
especially night vision.
right, night vision. And things
How
like
am I going to listen
that.
to the podcast and use the solid eye at the same time, Sean? I'm going to have to pause and go over and equip the solid eye and come back and resume. All right.
Eye
Oh, no. Oh.
while equipping the iPod.
Yeah,
Right.
that's true. So they have
They
to
just
stop.
commented on it.
Right. So what we want you to do is just switch items from the iPod, and what that'll do is it'll pause the broadcast, pause your podcast here, and switch. To
Oh, it
the
does
solid
pause
eye,
it automatically,
confirm
okay.
The location of whatever items you're looking for, and then come back, and your podcast should resume where you left off.
Well, okay, that's handy.
Not too complicated. So, all right, everyone. You should be in the lobby of Advent Palace. You'll see in the center of the lobby, there's this big carpeted area. So I want everybody to just kind of walk over to that carpet. So what you want to do is put on your solid eye and enable night vision, and kind of spin around, and you'll see a Playboy over here on this couch.
Oh, I think I already picked it up.
Right. In front of that.
Hold up. Like, what is this? Beginner's tutorial? Never played a video game before? All right, yeah, I see the Playboy. Let's continue.
So the first thing you want to do is kind of crawl up to the Claymore mine
Well,
and
this
pick
is
that up.
just too obvious, right? I mean,
Well,
you just walk
It
up.
is obvious, yes, but there might be newbies out there who just started the game. Maybe they don't know.
Well, maybe just
Okay,
too excited
okay.
about getting the Playboy.
Right. They see a Playboy and they just kind of dash towards it.
Was this a kind of an intention? I mean,
Yeah. Well, throughout this stage, you'll see a lot of traps basically set throughout the Advent Palace. Really obvious, lame traps with, Playboy next to the Claymore and some kind of food or something, an item next to the Claymore or Sleep Gas Mine. And, yeah, it's all intentional. Basically, it's Akiba who's setting all these traps.
yeah, well,
Right.
so in order
Johnny's
to
traps.
avoid
That is a
these
cool
traps,
detail.
What's your recommendation? Is it night vision?
Basically, night vision is a very good strategy. What they can do is just enable the solid eye, and when you spin around, if you see the item, you'll see the trap in front of it, because the Claymore mines will kind of glow. And just crawl up to it and pick it up, and it'll be added to your inventory.
Cool. Okay. So where do we go next, Sean?
All right, next, do your night vision thing, spin around, and you'll see a Sleep Gas Mine in the corner there.
That's a trap too, right?
That is a trap. And the goal here, some people may not realize, is that you're actually supposed to follow these Sleep Gas Mines to the top of the building. Because if you spin around, you'll see that there are several ways up. There are a few staircases and corridors around here. But the correct route is marked by these Sleep Gas Mines.
Oh, seriously, I didn't know. I just went, you know, I knew the
Did
stages.
you play a game?
Yes,
Did you
I
play
played
this game?
Okay, I played it through, but you know, I think it was a guide to tell you which route it is. I mean, I thought it was just
Just a little
trap.
visual
I mean, I
guide.
searched everywhere, basically in the floor. And then, oh, I can't go here. I must go there. But that's a very simple solution, isn't it?
Yeah. So basically, you want to follow the sleep gas mines up.
Okay. All right, Sean, where we go next?
Okay. So what we want to do? Crawl over here, pick up that sleep gas mine.
Yeah.
And now let's run up to the second floor.
And where we're heading?
We're heading towards the bathroom.
Bathroom. Okay, you got that, guys?
Are these stairs?
Okay, we're up the stairs, and then we're heading for the bathroom. This is the second floor?
Yeah.
Well,
Not going to
first
talk
floor,
about that claymore?
I guess. But,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Okay.
okay.
So you'll see a claymore there.
yeah.
And this is actually not the correct path, but go ahead and pick up the claymore. And so here we are, in front of the bathroom.
Yeah.
So we took the right once we came up the stairs,
Right.
and we collected the claymore, and we're in the bathroom, right?
Right.
Okay, guys.
Remember that the claymores show the incorrect path, but you know, there are some hidden things off the shortest path. So,
So
here
there's a
we
lot
are.
of goodies in the bathroom?
Yeah.
So Claymore's not the right path. Sleep gas mines correct path. I never actually thought about that. That, you know, Claymores always lead to dead ends, whereas sleep gas mines always lead to where you're supposed to go. Okay, Steve. Hold on. Hey, Kaiser. With the $20. Thank you so much, man. Much appreciated. That's a very generous donation. Hope you're doing well. Cheers, Kaiser.
Well, not exactly a lot of goodies, but you know, there are a few
Some.
interesting things. Yeah. So first of all, let's go into the women's bathroom.
Was that the,
Let's,
was that the interesting thing?
Hey, I mean, come on, we're in a game.
Okay, let's check it out.
Take advantage of it.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
So on the left, you'll see the women's bathroom. On the right is the men's bathroom. So you got a smoke
We
grenade
got,
there.
yeah, we got one item.
Right.
What's this?
Okay, so you see on the wall here,
Yeah,
if you go into first-person view and look at it,
there's a sign here.
there's a sign that basically, you know, kind of shows you the correct way to use the toilet.
Right.
Right. But
That's very useful.
yeah, you know, for people who may not know, you're not supposed to stand on the toilet.
Oh, yes.
But what we really want to look at, it's kind of interesting,
Yeah.
is if you look behind the character's head,
Right.
there's a little something there.
What is it?
There's kind of a little dot there. Well, maybe you can't see it too well, but that's actually a bandana.
Oh, I see. I get it.
So that is actually...
Ah, I didn't
So
know
you
about
guys
this.
Got it? I mean, go to the ladies' room, go to the first stall.
Well, it's on the second stall also, but there's
Oh,
kind of some wood
Really
blocks.
hard
Don't
to see.
stand on the
There's
bowl.
We call it
A
Sign.
placard.
which is snake, actually.
Right.
Cool.
What he's doing in the women's bathroom, I don't know.
Cool. So every time you create bathrooms, you check bathrooms all over the world?
Yeah, we do intensive research.
Good,
You know,
good.
Fly out to Alaska, check the bathrooms there.
Especially the ladies'
Middle
room,
Eastern
right?
bathrooms. Oh yeah.
Right,
definitely.
Ken?
Me?
Yeah, you check the
You,
bathroom.
right?
No. You took
check.
videos, right?
Yeah, I did.
Good.
I did.
Hey, what's up,
But
Ghost
now-
or not?
Ladies' room.
Let's, where are we gonna go next, Sean?
Okay. Next, I want to take you into the men's bathroom.
Oh, sorry, I'm not interested.
Well, sorry. If you look, there's a hole in the rear of the women's bathroom, so we'll just go through there.
That was very handy.
Uh-huh.
So we're now at the men's room.
We're now at the men's room, and what we want to do is kind of go through this other hole in the back of the men's room.
Right. Okay, we're to the loo.
Okay. And then head to the right, and you'll see a doorway on your left.
Yes.
You want to just
Wait,
stop
what
in
the
front of
fuck are we
doorway.
talking about
You
here?
Just run in because there is a claymore mine there, and you'll blow yourself up. If you crawl through that door,
Yeah.
you can pick up the claymore mine, and up here on this table, you'll find something.
Snake! Respond! Snake!
Oops.
Snake!
I knew there was a fucking claymore there. I shoot that claymore during every playthrough. And he just reminded me about the claymore as well. Okay, hold on. We'll get back to where we were. I hope the podcast is paused in that place. I don't think the podcast is gonna be paused. All right, hold on. Ooh, that was close. They told me to go into the men's bathroom when they didn't really want me to go into the men's bathroom at all. And then he spoke about the other hole that was in the wall, but that hole was on the woman's side, I think. So I'm going to blame that one on Sean. He really just confused me there. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, I need to fucking get into another room to catch up. What was all this talk about the men's bathroom? I don't think we had to do anything here. That one's a pretty sneaky claymore, actually. Johnny did pretty well with that one. It blends in nicely. Okay. Oh, nice. Okay, it does pause.
On this table, you'll find some instant noodles.
Oh,
Hide-chan ramen, right?
this is a really good item to boost you up, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a very good item. It restores a lot of health, and it tastes great.
So, where we go next?
Okay, so next, what I want to do is head back. You hear Otacon going on about some kind of trap.
You should be standing right in front of the infrared
Lasers.
lasers.
right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Okay, so what this is it's a trap laid by Akiba, and you can't go through here right now, so don't try it. You'll just kill yourself. But what happens is later on, Akiba will come and disarm
as
this.
a detonation trigger. It's a remote control device, and I'm detecting slight traces of volatile sleep gas. Trigger it, and you'll be knocked out. So be careful.
Once the lasers are gone, and you can pick up a really nice item on the other side.
Oh, really? Oh, you can't do it now, right?
Can't do it now because there's the trap there. But once it's gone, you can jump over this hole, and on the other side there's a GP30 grenade launcher.
Cool. Really?
Can't see it from here, but it's just around the corner there.
Okay. So we'll save this for later.
Right, right. So after the event, during the frog battle, let's keep that in mind and pick that up later.
All right, then where can we go next?
Okay, so next, let's head up to the third floor kitchen.
So let's go upstairs then.
Yeah. What you want to do is head through the hole in the men's room and head out into the hallway here and take a right and just follow the hallway and it'll go until you get to the staircase here on your left and head on up.
Oh, by the way, I
turtle
tried,
facts. Maybe
when I
at
first
some
played
point
the
in the
game,
future.
I tried using my cigarette and things like that to, of course, make that infrared lasers obvious, and I thought I could pass through it. I kind of died a couple times.
4 times.
Yeah.
I died so many times.
Yeah, but I kind of realized. So we're
going
We're on the stairs.
upstairs. Yeah.
upstairs, and we should be actually guided by this sleep gas.
Right. Sleep gas mine. So pick that up.
So you're on the stairs. You're on the 3rd floor. You're going to the 3rd floor.
On the 3rd floor.
And take a right.
Take a right. Yeah, that's basically the only way you can go. So
You can make a right. And what do we do? Do we?
you'll see a sleep gas mine kind of down the hallway. So stop at the doorway in front of the sleep gas mine and head through that.
Okay.
And find yourself in the kitchen.
Okay, everyone ready to be in the kitchen? We're in the kitchen, so make sure you guys are in the kitchen right now.
What we want to do is look into these ovens here.
In the ovens?
You may not realize it, but there's something cooking in the oven.
Wow, what is it?
What's this for?
It's actually cakes.
Ah,
Some kind of French cake.
Actually, a lot of people probably won't realize this, right?
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's just kind of hidden in these ovens here. Okay, so next we'll head.
Wow, French cakes. You know, I never would have guessed by looking at them. But now that he said it, they do look pretty French. Pretty impressive. Hold on, let's get a closer look here. Oh, yeah, you can see that one there is definitely French. You see, you have all those red pixels. The red pixels mean that it's French. Yeah. Okay.
These ovens here. Okay, so next we'll head up to the dining room, kind of across the room here.
So we go out of the kitchen to the dining room?
See these windows on the opposite end of the kitchen?
Yeah.
And on the other side of that, there is the dining room.
Okay, everyone go to the dining room. This is really a well-built facility. I mean, there's the kitchen and the dining room. Oh, we're in the dining room?
We are in the dining room now. Okay, so what we want to do now is there's some items here, and so once again, we want you to use night vision, and you'll see some items here. One of the first iPod tracks is right here in the dining room.
Yeah.
But be careful, because there is also a claymore mine next to that.
Yeah.
So pick that up.
So I kind of think that everyone will know, but when there's a kind of a valuable item, there's always should be a trap.
Yeah,
really close to it.
In this stage, yeah, it kind of works that way. And well, one thing I want to point out here is just take a look at this, big glass window here,
Yeah.
which is looking into the kitchen.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
One thing that people may not realize is just how much trouble it was to get this glass window in here.
Why? Why is that?
Because it actually, consumes quite a bit of resources and memory. We started out with this glass window here, and as we were going through and the stage kind of filled up with things, we were told that, there's not enough memory, so we had to get rid of it.
Oh.
So it was taken out.
Yeah.
But now it's back in. Towards the end, basically, we had the programmers kind of scramble and do what they can, and the designers trying to find shortcuts and tricks, and finally be able to get this glass window in here.
Oh, so definitely we shouldn't break this window, right? I mean,
You should not be shooting it, okay?
yes. Right now, Sean's shooting through this black, big glass window like crazy, and shot all of them. I think everyone probably does it.
That's the fun thing about it, which is
really fun to break something.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
break everything.
So I want everyone to remember how difficult it was for the whole team to create this big glass window, right?
And bottles and
I'm not as impressed as I was with the MGS2 window on the tanker. Where you could crack it in all the different spots and then it would eventually break. It's an okay window though.
We're gonna step out from the dining room, Sean, and then...
Okay, so next let's head over to the bar. The first thing that you want to do is face these windows here, and the door that you want to head through will be on your right hand side, so turn to your right, and there's like a little table next to it, so let's go through that doorway. And then we want to go to the bar.
Yeah, the bar. So we goes through the phones and then we find the bar. Yeah.
Right.
Cool bar.
Okay, so there's a bar here.
Alright.
Okay, stop once you get out to this kind of open area.
Yeah, in the hallway, yeah.
In the hallway. Take a look up and you'll see this big canopy.
Yeah.
With some nice light shining down.
Uh-huh.
We really had to work hard to get this in here also because what we really want to do is have like this really nice lighting effect with shadows coming down from above and really kind of an atmospheric kind of touch to it. There's like dust floating around in the light, and, shadow coming down from the canopy.
PS3 stuff.
Yeah,
right?
very, very next gen. Very nice. And,
Next gen.
Useful thing about this also is after you get to the top of this stage, the Haven troopers.
Yeah, we're gonna go into the battle.
Right, will come in and they'll catapult in. And from this vantage point, you can actually see them coming in. Because the way...
I really like the occasional crash that you get here and you see the dust falling down like what we just saw there. That's a cool touch.
And from this vantage point, you can actually see their shadows on the top of this canopy.
Right.
So you can actually see their route that they're taking.
Cool.
When they come to attack you. And so if you look at that and you follow the shadows, you can actually anticipate where they're going to come from. So, if you have the time, you can lay maybe some claymore mines or something like that. And lay some traps for them, since you know where they're coming.
Okay.
All right.
Let's head next.
Okay, next we're going to head up to the 4th floor.
Okay.
Head over here, pick up a sleep gas mine.
Is this the only sleep gas mine around here?
There is actually another sleep gas mine.
On the left?
On the left. What we want to do is head to the right.
When we exit the dining room and we head right, and then we take the stairs up to the... Which floor are we on now? 4th now?
We're going to the 4th floor.
Okay, let's go to the 4th floor. Alright, finally.
Alright.
Here we go.
Now we're out
That's
here.
pretty cool. I never actually thought about the things,
And, what I want you to notice
the
is
objects that
rat
were casting
kinda
the
strode away
shadows.
when you came upstairs. Follow that rat, and it'll show you something kind of interesting.
Yeah, there's a kind of an open.
Right.
Yeah.
Another Metal Gear tradition, where there are rats, there are very often ducks.
Yeah.
And there is actually a duct here that many people will probably miss. It's a little hard to notice, unless you follow the rat.
Yeah, well, actually, I miss this.
Really?
Yeah. Let's go inside.
Well, I'm not going to go in right now. I mean, there are a few items here that you can pick up, but basically what I want people to do is remember that this duct is here because when during the frog battle, you can actually crawl into this duct and snipe some of the Haven troopers from above.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Didn't know at all. I was just shooting during the Haven battles. This could be cool.
So, all right. Now, one last place that we want to go to is, of course, the bar itself.
Okay, let's go to the bar then.
So go ahead and crawl in. There's a sleep gas mine here, so be careful.
So we take the sleep gas. We're in front of the bar, which is a big bar, isn't it?
It's a big bar.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bottles. But if you look closely, one of the bottles is a little different.
Which one?
For those users who want to take a closer look, go ahead and enable your solid eye.
Oh, the regain bottle, right?
At the far end, you'll see that there is...
Oh, I think a lot of people got this, actually.
Regain, right?
Yes, yes.
So you can climb up onto the bar and grab that.
I don't think I ever thought about how the regain bottle is a bottle and it fits in with the theme here of bottles. Just kind of thought about it as an item.
But a lot of power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, okay, we go inside the bar.
Inside the bar, and then there's a few more items back here. You know,
Okay.
some ammo and another Hidechan.
Hidechan ramen.
Ramen, right.
That's the noodles.
Right after this, you kind of go and see Meryl, and the event starts up. So I think we'll end here.
So regain is really popular drink, Ken. isn't it?
Popular in Japan, yes. Well, you know, maybe the most of the people doesn't know Regain is a real drink. You can buy it. It's really, really popular drink in Japan.
When do you drink it, Ken?
When I'm, you know, get really tired or, you know, something like that.
Now we get the ad.
This is really funny
Depressed.
because in Japan, it's very so natural and normal to have these energy drinks.
Well, I think, you know, in the U.S. there are a lot of people who drink them also, but
Really?
it's just we don't have Regain.
Oh, okay.
Although while I'm in Japan, I did actually drink Regain. It's pretty good.
I mean, like 20 years ago or so, Japan had still had a lot of energy drinks.
Right.
And back then, I think when I was living in the U.S., didn't have so much that kind of type of super energy drink.
That's true. Yeah, I think it is a little bit more recent, maybe. A lot of people in America don't know that Regain is a real product, but you know, one other thing that a lot of people don't realize is that Calorie Mate from Metal Gear Solid 3 was
that's
also
right.
a real product. Right.
Right.
Yeah, that too. That's really common in Japan as well.
Right.
It's sold
Some-
everywhere
Yeah, some guy eat the Calorie Mate for the lunch
for
or
lunch.
breakfast.
Didn't Kiefer Sutherland do an advertisement for Calorie Mate? Am I just imagining that? I think Kiefer Sutherland might have done a Calorie Mate ad. I know 24 was really big in Japan back in the day. Maybe I'm thinking of something else though.
Guy eat the Calorie.
He did? He did? Okay, I wasn't entirely sure. There was somewhere in my memory there.
I actually eat it for breakfast
Really?
quite a few times, yeah.
Okay, this wraps up this version of Integral Podcast. And Sean, what can we expect the next time?
2 weeks from now, we're going to move on to South America,
Right.
and we're going to tackle the Mountain Trail stage. And that's, of course, the stage right after you beat Octopus,
Yeah. Yeah.
and you're tracking down Naomi.
Yeah, that's
So
a
we'll
fun
go through
part.
that.
That's a really, really fun
Yeah,
part.
it is.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is.
I mean, it's kind of like, you know, a pure sneaking mission, tracking down someone. So, yeah, that should be a lot of fun.
Okay, so where's our meeting point, Sean?
Okay, so what we want everyone to do is go ahead and beat Octopus. And once that cutscene ends, just go ahead and save it, and we'll start.
Spoilers.
Okay, all right. Thanks for all your navigation, and thanks for your input again, Ken. Okay. And okay, everybody who have comments or wants to hear more about this, or you know, likes our talk, things like that, please make sure to check into Hideo blog, http://www.kjp.konami.jp/Hideo blog _E, and make sure you give us all your comments. Okay, thanks, Sean. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next one is at the mountain trail when we're tracking Naomi after Octopus. I'm glad that we get a big break before then. You know, and they're not doing it for every single fucking area. That'd be too much. But that was pretty interesting, I thought. I learned a couple of new things. The bandana snake in the bathroom, the pictures for how to sit on a toilet properly. I didn't know about that one. Actually, I think I remember way back DRK talking about that when he did the podcast, because he did a playthrough a few years ago. Maybe he talks about that during his in-depth runs, but I forgot about it anyway. The detail with the shadow here is pretty cool as well. Being able to see from underneath, from inside, where the shadow is coming from, how it matches up with what we see up here. Pretty cool. Learned something new at least. 1 second, guys. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, the beginner walkthrough aspect isn't really doing much for me, obviously. Those, when they're just talking about, when they're just guiding you through, it's a bit boring, but pointing out some interesting details every now and then as well, so it's worthwhile, I think. Let's continue.
Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon!
All right. Here.
Easy now. Don't move.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
Careful, I'm no rookie. I'm a 10-year vet.
How the hell did you ever survive 10 years?
Don't move. CQC. Real big boss, huh? Lower your weapon! Slowly now. I wouldn't try anything funny if I were you.
Fox.
Snake? Snake?
Meryl.
Is that you? What happened to your face?
Accelerated aging. They don't know the cause.
Oh my god.
Meryl, you're my informant in the U.S. military.
And you must be the inspector sent by the UN. Akiba!
Commander! Sorry.
This is Rat Patrol Team 01. We're with the CID, one of the bodies investigating PMC activity.
First hounds, now rats. Here, you can have this back. What is your problem? You okay? Stomach pains? Diarrhea?
It's been 4 days since Liquid arrived in the area. And since then, this woman's been with him. She doesn't look like a combatant. Probably some kind of advisor. Maybe a scientist.
So, you're the commander of this O1 unit?
Why? Something wrong with that? Here, I'll introduce you to the team. That's Ed, our radio man and sniper. Sleeping giant is Jonathan. Don't stand behind him. He hates it when people go around his back. And finally... Johnny. Everybody just calls him Akiba.
Commander, I've finished installing the sensors. Whoa.
Did I just see Kojima's face in Johnny's sunglasses there? I saw some face reflected in his glasses. I don't think I ever noticed that before, and it looked like Kojima. Maybe I'm seeing things. Swear I saw someone's face reflected in his glasses that I never noticed before. Maybe I'm seeing things.
Okay, Akiba. Anyway.
You're all grown up.
Maybe it's because someone taught me well. A certain legendary hero who suddenly disappeared. You quit the unit. Me? Huh. I never gave up on you. Or on Foxhound. Back then, I just wanted you to accept me. I wanted you to turn around and see who I was. But I've put the past behind. I'm done playing little love games. So, what are you here for?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything there. I see what I thought was a face, though.
Threat assessment. The PMCs.
Really? Because I heard a rumor there's an assassin out there targeting their leader.
Well, that's some rumor. I'm only here because the UN wants me to assess the impact and effects of PMCs on their refugee protection efforts.
That's all?
More than enough for a retired vet like me.
I know he's plotting an insurrection. But as long as AT Security's system is in place, there's no way he'll succeed.
How can you be so sure?
They've implemented a system that monitors in real time every single soldier engaged in combat action, whether he's State Army or PMC. Each individual soldier has been fully ID tagged with nanomachines injected into their bodies for that purpose. The nanomachines keep track of the soldiers and their real-time personal data 24 hours a day. They monitor each man's position, movement speed, reserve ammo, firing accuracy, wounds, rations, water intake and supply, sweat secreted, heart rate, blood pressure and sugar levels, oxygen. All the data gathered on body condition, on sensory organ data showing pain and fear, data on every internal response within the body. All of it is collected by an AI at the system's core. This data is monitored at HQ to enable command to make quicker, more precise, more rational decisions. It also enables crisis management for each individual soldier. It's being used by the US military, by state armies in allied countries, by PMCs. Even police agencies are starting to adopt it. Unless they agree to implement the system, PMCs aren't permitted to send troops anywhere.
You've got these system nanomachines in you too.
Of course. Our unit plays by the rules, same as everybody else. It was creepy at first, knowing you're being watched 24/7, but I've gotten used to it. It gives us a lot of advantages in the field, too. We get a clearer picture of what's going on around us, so there's less confusion during missions. And our nanomachines communicate with each other, making teamwork a lot smoother. And that's not all the system does for us. It's also a security guarantee against the PMCs.
Security guarantee.
That's right. The PMCs are combat groups without states or ideologies. They're not fighting out of nationalism or for a cause. They don't care why the war is being fought. They're just bodies fighting on someone else's behalf. They're mercenaries, a commodity. So it's easy to imagine them betraying their clients by joining the enemy or refusing to fight, or committing humanitarian atrocities. To keep these things in check, they ensured that no one can use firearms or military vehicles without the proper system ID. It's true for every piece of equipment out there. So even if the PMCs tried to mount a terrorist attack or coup d'etat, their weapons and equipment would automatically be locked out. They wouldn't be able to move, attack, or engage in combat of any kind. And there's more. All the data on their position, personnel, and combat strength is leaked to us by the nanomachines. Even if they managed to circumvent the system by getting the nanomachines out of each soldier's body, they'd be losing their IDs in the process, so they couldn't use their weapons.
And the Patriots are behind this.
Lalilulelo, what are you talking about?
Never mind. So this system is foolproof, huh?
Completely. They call it SOP.
Sons of the Patriots.
The AI that controls it is a tightly guarded secret, both at Arms Tech Security, where it was developed, and at the Pentagon. There's no way a third party could get control of it.
I just met a guy who said he can launder ID guns. The system does have holes.
There can't be more than a few hundred of those gun launderers. It's just a grassroots movement. It's not like they can affect the entire PMC war machine. Anyway, Liquid would have had to register as a PMC in the system to assemble an army that massive. His PMCs might even exceed the US military in terms of numbers, but as long as they're registered, their soldiers' activities are constantly being monitored. So long as the US responds immediately when Liquid makes his move, we can take them down by force.
By force, huh?
When RSOC heard about Liquid's plans, they sent us to sniff around the PMCs. Even with this SOP keeping an eye on things, there are always trouble spots to deal with in the field. Disorderly conduct, disobeying orders, contract violations. We act as backup for the system by monitoring the soldiers. PMC inspections are always carried out on the battlefield. That's why we're authorized to carry and use weapons. We've lost 5 inspection teams in the past few months alone. They were all undercover inside Liquid's PMCs.
Then, if you got caught,
we'd be exterminated like rats. But we're smarter than that. We've been mingling with the PMCs, and after 3 months of searching God knows how many battlefields, we finally tracked him down. When we reported that we'd found Liquid, our superiors ordered us to provide the UN investigators with intel. But I didn't know it'd be you.
didn't the Colonel tell you he was sending me?
Colonel? Don't tell me it's Campbell.
Yeah.
He put you up to this?
You didn't know.
You've got to be kidding! You expect me to work with my uncle?
Meryl.
This is bullshit! He's not my father.
Meryl. So, you knew.
Yeah. Little violation of the need-to-know rule.
Then, why are you still calling him Uncle?
You're still calling him Colonel.
He's your father.
As far as I'm concerned, we're still uncle and niece. I will never forgive that womanizing piece of shit.
Meryl.
He, remarried.
Really?
His new wife's about my age. I hear she's even got a kid. It's as if he's given up on making up with his own daughter. Men. Selfish, egotistical pigs.
Commander.
What is it?
There's 20 of them. And they're not from that PMC praying mantis either. It's the Frog.
His private troops.
Oh, crap. This is not good.
Were you being followed?
No.
Akiba!
They might have seen the reflection off my scope lens. Whoa, wait. Hang on. You guys think it was my fault? Oh, no. Oh, it wasn't my fault, I swear! It wasn't my fault! Oh, man. Oh, look,
Dumbass! We're moving out.
Meryl, where's Liquid?
At a camp up ahead. I'll fill you in later. If we're still alive. Follow me.
He enjoyed every second of that slap. I bet he did. Music works really well here. It's a really cool build-up.
Eye contact. These guys are with Liquid's private army. Shoot first, think later. We'll use the stairs and get out through the back door on the first floor. We'll change the route as necessary. I'm on point. Stay close. Got it?
Got it.
Akiba, breathe deep.
got it.
We've got a real live legendary hero with us. Try not to choke. Move!
Alright, let's do it. Yeah, really cool transition as well. Back in the day when this game first released, these transitions were super impressive. And they're still pretty cool. What am I gonna do? Kojima, thank you for the $1. And Syntenic or Synlenic? Syntenic with the $5. Hey, 3Dog, I know this isn't much, but hopefully this will help a little. Thank you. It certainly will. Thank you very much. Killash with the 2 months. Glem with the 5. Suicidal Matter with the 34. Cheers, everyone. I'm not sure how I want to handle all this. I kind of feel like going lethal. Ooh, pretty beefy even on hard. let's go for the sleep gas mines here. Hey, cheers, Johnny. Come on, let's go. Oh, cool effect there. When you get like, where you don't get entirely stunned, but you still take a little bit of it. That blackened effect on the screen is pretty cool. Because I can see fairly well, but not completely. It's kind of rare that you get that. Usually, I can't remember the last time I've had that happen. Usually I block the stun completely or I get hit with it. Kind of rare that you get the partial stun like that. Hey, what's up? Oh, please! PDK, thank you.
Get over here! Contact!
Busted! Just go over there!
I can't!
Cover!
Clear!
Ed!
Start praying!
Pray to... Oh, God! Oh, God! Commander, I really gotta go! But I can't hold it any...
Get out of the way! Akima, get down with now!
That steam effect, really nice. The flies that follow him around as well now. So easy to miss as well.
Akiba's been knocked out.
Ah, that was almost a nice shot.
Move it!
The classic pose as well, of course.
Get your ass up!
Seriously, Akiba, what the hell?
Remember what Sean Eyestone said? If we jump over the hole, we can get some secrets. New weapon. That everyone?
Hey.
Oh, oh.
Jump already!
The nanomachine network inside each unit member's body lets us share each other's senses. They can see what I see. And it helps control pain.
Is that part of the system, too?
With SOP, my team can literally operate as one. Well, except for a certain someone who's not much of a team player. So, what do you think? Is your age of heroes finally over?
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
You haven't changed at all, Snake. But... your body... are you gonna be all right?
This getup doubles as a muscle suit. I can still get around.
Liquid's camp is up ahead. I'll mark it on your map.
Thanks.
Akiba! One man's blunder can compromise the whole team.
I'm sorry, Commander.
Be careful, Snake.
Otacon, I know where Liquid is.
Yeah, I'm confirming the location. It's to the north of where you are. Meryl's really changed, hasn't she, Snake? She's a lot more self-assured.
I wonder how much of that has to do with the system. The senses you used to develop through extended training and experience can now be obtained without even working for them. Seems once you're under the system's control, you don't even need experience at all. It even beats that VR training that was all the rage a few years back.
Yeah. The growing need for PMCs has led to the creation of a more reliable, cost-effective supply of elite soldiers. It's also made the child soldier phenomenon more problematic than ever.
Can the nanomachines do anything to counteract post-traumatic stress disorder?
Good question. They might provide a degree of psychological stability.
You'd think so? That geek kid, Akiba, he was really starting to lose it.
And technologically, the system should be able to optimize each soldier's personality traits.
And that big guy, he didn't seem to be feeling any pain at all.
Augmenting the soldier's existing experience and psychological fortitude.
But a soldier's gotta have more than that.
The times have changed, Snake. Just like Meryl. Snake, hurry to the PMC camp. Based on what Meryl told us, Liquid should be there.
No place for Hideo. So we won't be able to get the statue.
Okay, time to head for the surface.
Because you have to trank all the frogs if you want to get that. But that's okay. That big guy. Yeah, I wonder if they were gonna do more with those characters originally. Rat Patrol as a whole. It's kind of weird at the end of Act 3. You know, where Jonathan and Ed have their little moment together. And it's kind of implying that they might be dying. But they don't die. They come back at the end for the wedding. You know, when one of them says, we were great partners. No, not great partners, great friends, or whatever they say. but it doesn't really land because we don't really spend much time with them. You know, we never really get to know these characters. Obviously, it's another big Police Knots reference with Jonathan and Ed from Police Knots. And even Meryl. Meryl was originally a Police Knots character, and the earring that she wears in this, the bullet earring, that's a callback to her Police Knots design. Will I stream RE8 when that comes out? Of course, yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's kind of weird how they get that fake death scene at the end of Act 3. And I guess Raiden gets one as well at the end of Act 4. The one with Raiden is way worse, though, because Raiden is much more of a main character. Kind of implying that he's dead, or, you know, that's something that we were at least supposed to think that he could be dead. Then the way they just casually bring it up afterwards. How's Raiden? Ah, he'll live. Yeah, he's fine.
Snake, start by going up to the surface. Look for a way out of the basement. I see you found yourself an operator uniform. As long as you're wearing it, you can do what you need to do, and the militiamen won't suspect a thing. It'll be a useful tool in certain situations. But be careful. Hurt a fellow militiaman while wearing the uniform, and you'll blow your cover. Got it? Snake, start by going up to the surface. Look for a way out of the basement.
We should be able to talk about something else here. Maybe I have to go back down. Do I even like Raiden? I really like MGS2 Raiden. MGS4 Raiden? No.
Hey, Snake. That emblem on Meryl's uniform, that's Foxhound, isn't it?
Yep.
I thought Meryl was with the 01 unit. I mean, I know she's attached to Foxhound and all, but still.
Covert Special Forces units do this kind of thing all the time. They use emblems that don't mean anything, like skulls and stuff.
Like disinformation?
Something like that.
I wonder if that's really all it is. Maybe she's still got some lingering attachment.
You think so?
I meant to Foxhound.
I knew that.
It's okay if Meryl wants to cling to the past. I just want her to be happy, that's all.
Kind of a cute little moment there. With Snake. Why MGS2 Raiden? He's good, but wasn't a badass until Rising. Well, Rising is even worse. I can't take Rising Raiden seriously at all. I just think he was the best character in 2. I think he was the most interesting in 2. And everything after 2 was just shaped so largely by the fan backlash to the character that he became this... His development became kind of unbelievable. You know, it was so shaped by the backlash. It wasn't a natural development. His character development going from 2 to 4. It was very unnatural. But that was kind of the point, in a way. And that's what I find fascinating about MGS4. It has a really interesting meta-narrative. All the autobiographical elements to the game. Like, it's this very personal game to Kojima. Old Snake as a reflection of him. Raiden being this weird, monstrous, sort of twisted creation. Because of the backlash he suffered. Like, that's literally why he's a cyborg. You know, to become a cyborg ninja, you have to go through some kind of you have to be tortured, right? Gray Fox didn't become a cyborg ninja because he wanted to be a badass. He became the cyborg ninja because he was experimented on. It was the result of all these horrible experiments. And the same thing happened to Raiden, except it was in a meta sense. He was abused by the fan base. And that's why he's the cyborg ninja. And that's why we don't get any plot explanation for how he became the cyborg ninja. Because it didn't happen inside the plot. It happened outside of the plot. Yeah, that's what Yoji Shinkawa said. Raiden became the cyborg ninja to symbolize the abuse he took from the fans for being the character he was in MGS2. You know? Raiden at the end of MGS2 is supposed to, he's supposed to become his own person. He throws away the tags symbolizing the player and the player as this mimetic copy of Solid Snake. He throws away the VR training Raiden, becomes his own person, has this sort of epiphany, almost. Not epiphany, but he has this moment of enlightenment. He's supposed to grow in the same way that Snake grew at the end of MGS1. It's supposed to mirror Snake's development at the end of MGS1, but that doesn't happen. All that possible growth gets flushed down the toilet, and he regresses. You know, we meet up with him, and at first it seems like he might have grown as a character. He takes on the mentor role, starts guiding us through Act 2, but right after he has his badass moment, he's fucking lying on the Nomad, half dead for 2 acts. And then the next time we see him is at the start of Act 4, during that briefing where he's crying on the ground, holding on to Snake's leg, while Snake tells him that he misinterpreted what he said at the end of MGS2. Raiden, 5 years ago, that's not what I meant. And again, that's Kojima talking to his team and talking to the audience. Because that's another big theme in this game. The feeling that you weren't able to pass down a legacy, or that your legacy was misinterpreted by someone else. And that really comes into play in Chapter 3 when we get to Eva's explanation of the Patriots and all that. And at the end of the game with Ocelot and Big Boss, and Ocelot doing everything to revive what he feels is Big Boss's vision of Outer Heaven, but then we see Big Boss and he's taking back all those words. And yeah. MGS4 is a super interesting game, I think. I mean, part of me feels like I should love this game almost. Because I feel like it's such a big part of why I'm such a big Metal Gear fan. When I revisited the Metal Gear series in my early 20s, a big part of what brought me back into the series was this game and all the underlying things that are going on in the subtext and all the autobiographical shit. I just thought that was so interesting. Just that a game could be so personal, you know? It's kind of rare to see in the industry where just that sort of authorial element. Yeah, this game is super depressing. The commentary on the games industry as well is really interesting. Like the SOP system and Snake being this guy who, you know, his time has passed. There's no room for Snake anymore within this SOP system. Everything has been so automated. All these, you know, the level of extreme analytics, over-optimization, all that stuff I think is commenting on where Kojima thought the industry was going. You know, where the business side was starting to take over completely. And there wasn't going to be much room for creativity anymore. Which is something I definitely relate to. I was talking about this the last time. Going from the PS2 era to the PS3 era almost killed my love for games. I was buying all these big new releases, but I really wasn't feeling a lot of the new titles that were coming out. Everything started to feel too streamlined. Just the FPS craze, you know, suddenly all my friends who were playing all these unique games on PS2, they were all playing online first-person shooters, and I was playing them as well. And you know, I had a decent time playing some games back then. But when I think back to that time, I feel like I was in a zombie state a lot of the time playing games on PS3, just kind of buying every big new release, not really thinking about my tastes, just kind of going along with the trends, and wasn't really enjoying games. It wasn't until I started streaming on Twitch or on Justin TV that I really started to enjoy games again. Back in 2010, when I just went back to all my old favorites, when I first started to stream, that really pulled me back into games. Because Jesus, the PS3 era almost killed it. And this game is commenting on that, what I was feeling at that time. The use of all the guns in this game, you know, like the crazy arsenal of weapons that you get, it's really interesting because it's like a contradiction almost. Like, surely they want you to play with all these weapons and have fun with all the details, and like, because the guns are so detailed, all the little gadgets and upgrades you can get. You know, it's a huge system in the game, gameplay-wise. But at the same time, it's supposed to be this very cynical commentary on the industry at the time. Like, there's supposed to be something sick about it as well. Because it highlights the world of this game. And how dehumanized it's become. There's one thing as well that I think is genius about MGS4, and I only really thought about this during my last playthrough, or maybe the playthrough before this. But you know how in every previous Metal Gear game, after you beat the game, you get the tuxedo? So you can be cool, suave, James Bond Snake, 00 Snake with your flashy tuxedo. In MGS4, you get a fucking suit. You get a suit and a tie, and you look like some kind of office worker running around as Old Snake. There's something so funny about that, I think. Like, that is Kojima. This game is drudging desk work, as I described it on Twitter a while back. From suave sleuthing to drudging desk work. Hold on one sec, guys. Oh, my chat is frozen on me here. Oh, Dave, how's it going, man? Yeah, I played quite a bit of Modern Warfare 2 back in the day. Played some Modern Warfare 1. I had a lot of fun doing that co-op sniper challenge in Modern Warfare 2 with a friend of mine. Like, I definitely had fun with games back then, but at the same time, it really did almost kill my love for games. I had moments of joy. Yeah, like Uncharted 1, FF13, GTA 4 were like 3 of the big ones that just disappointed me tremendously. Maybe I'd feel a bit different if I went back and played them now. But yeah, there was you really did get the sense though during that time that there was more creativity being pushed out the door, that games were starting to be designed by committee a lot more, started to become a lot more about the money. I think the PS2 era was like, there was a really nice balance. I remember an interview with some of the Squaresoft members where they were talking about this. Maybe it was even recently, in one of the recent Ultimania guides. It was really interesting, just seeing Nomura and Kitase and Nojima and all those guys talk about the PS2 era. Even they were commenting on it, how there was that the PS2 era was kind of before the tipping point. Hold on one sec, guys. And that it was kind of harder to do what you wanted to do as a creator in the PS3 gen. And obviously now things have gotten even worse when it comes to how games have been monetized and everything. But it's not all bad as well. Like, I know a lot of people are all doom and gloom about the games industry, but I still find myself really enjoying a lot of modern games. I just have to be a lot more careful about what I buy now, you know? I'm way more careful about my... You know, I think a lot more about my tastes and what I buy. And that really helps out immensely. Yeah, Shock 2017. I feel like there have been a lot of good years. My chat is back now. Dave, I think games are in a pretty decent place, aside from the melancholy of looking at studios getting gobbled up and spat out by big corps. Yeah. Yeah, damn, it's the same today with third-person shooters instead of FPS. Yeah, you could probably say the same about a lot of quote-unquote open worlds. But yeah, it's definitely important to remember the context in which this game released in. Especially in this first act, you know? Like, this is straight up 2008. The video game landscape in 2008. Boom. I had so much fun playing Fall Guys, man. You know, that game, it's obviously a meme game, as the kids say. But God, I had so much fun streaming that and playing with people in chat. But then Ninja had to come along and put his stupid ass in the game. Now it's not cool anymore. Fall Guys was cool for a while. I don't care what anyone says. Definitely not cool anymore, but it was cool. Yeah, thank God for JTV, man. If it wasn't for JTV, maybe I wouldn't be playing games anymore. Like, even games that were really good and that I was enjoying, just thinking back to those times, I just kind of remember myself being in a kind of stupor playing a lot of them. You know, just kind of playing them to pass the time, not really enjoying them. Kind of enjoying them, but just kind of like routine. War has become routine, as Snake would say. That was me. That was me playing games, 2008.
Don't waste your ammo.
What the fuck? Hold on a second. I need to sort out my chat. Another thing as well, I think a lot of Japanese developers were worried around this time that they thought that they were really being pushed out by Western devs.
What's going on out there?
I certainly remember at that time Japanese games that they definitely weren't as big, that they were kind of struggling. It was really interesting, one of those MGS4 trailers, you know, at the very end where they were talking about the console war, where Otacon was saying to Snake, you know, the cell processor, it's going to be the key to winning the console war, Snake. That was another thing that really made me wonder about the themes of this game and proxy wars, fighting on someone else's behalf, being used as a puppet. It's really disturbing when Snake dies in this game, how you can see him being held up by Mantis's puppet strings as you get those flashes of static. Well then. Here's our introduction to the B&B unit. I quite like that transition there. We get the jingle right after the scene. Do-do-do-do-do. Praying mantis. Just pick up the scraps. Something kind of morbid about picking up all the scraps from these guys as well. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Getting those Dragon points.
Head northwest.
Fueling that war economy. And fuck you, Otacon. Let me just think for a second here. Ethan reference with the 4 months. Thank you. Some interesting calls we can get here.
Those things just wipe the floor with the militiamen.
Must be the special unit that wounded militiaman was talking about.
And now the wreckage is blocking the way. Snake, head straight for Liquid's camp. Snake, the Solid Eyes night...
Yep.
Hey, Snake, since when did you learn how to use CQC?
I got the training back when I was in Foxhound, but I never used it in actual combat.
You had those skills all this time and never used them? Why?
The man who taught me was my former commander in Foxhound.
Big Boss?
Never felt right using a technique learned from a man who'd betrayed his unit. Thinking back, CQC as a concept was way ahead of its time. Nobody was using it yet. Not the Green Berets, or the SEALs, or the CIA paramilitaries.
And then earlier this year, the Pentagon declassifies Big Boss's file for some reason. All of a sudden, his story is the stuff of pop culture. Books, magazines, the net. And now people are taking another look at CQC.
The war criminal, reinvented as a hero.
Big Boss's exploits as a Cold War secret agent back in the 60s have made him a legend.
The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize.
Is that why you finally decided to use CQC? Because it's no longer just his anymore?
The CQC soldiers use nowadays is a pale imitation. They're learning from reading about it. I learned through doing, and there's a world of difference.
Then you want to teach them the real thing. The way you learned from your Big Boss.
That's not it either. Some things aren't meant to be passed down to future generations. When some guy comes at me using that cookie-cutter imitation of CQC, my body just reacts naturally, that's all.
Ah, I get it. An eye for an eye. Well, maybe not quite. I reckon they'd lose more than just an eye when going up against you.
There we go. Pretty interesting call. It doesn't really make sense when Snake says, you know, when I see someone coming at me with that cookie cutter imitation, my body just reacts naturally. Which I think is referring to Johnny, right? When we meet Johnny. and he responds with, you know, and he takes him out, and Meryl says, you know, she compliments his CQC and says, real big boss, huh? This is kind of following up on that. But we can use fancy CQC in gameplay from the start of the game, way before we meet Johnny. It would have been cool maybe if we were only able to do basic MGS2 Snake maneuvers up until that point, and then that's when we got CQC. Obviously, it makes sense from a gameplay standpoint that as the series evolves, they want, you know, they didn't want to go backwards mechanically with CQC. It makes sense that they didn't want to go back to just punches and kicks and devolve like that. But I think I might have preferred if they did do that. Just to separate the characters. But again, Snake is supposed to be a sort of big boss proxy in this game, so it does fit with the themes and how everything is sort of a monstrous recombination of all the previous games. Like with the B&B unit. You know, Laughing Octopus is like the Joy, Solidus, and Decoy Octopus all rolled into one. Sort of stitched together with parts from the previous ones. Which again is more of that routine theme, war becoming routine.
Huh? What?
Just repetition. It's interesting as well how in the world of this game in the current time that Big Boss's story became declassified, you know, that people in the world of Metal Gear in this time are suddenly learning about his Cold War antics. What Snake says about it is interesting as well, you know. A war hero or a criminal reinvented as a war criminal reinvented as a hero. The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize, like really rejecting that story, the MGS3 story. As if to say, you know, it's just fantasy. Trying to look at him as some kind of hero. Team Solid Snake. Really cool map, this one of my favorites. Really cool level design. Maybe you're not playing the canonical story in MGS3, but the world's fantasy of how the story went. Getting into MGS2 VR theory territory. That's what I do speculate about when it comes to MGS2 in this game and how they handle that, you know. How they say that Jack was in the real Foxhound and did work for the real Colonel Campbell. That's such a bizarre part of this game. You know, it's such a big part of MGS2 that it's, you know, I can't imagine that it's something that they forgot about Did Murata write that dialogue? Did he not really understand what was going on in MGS2? I can't imagine, so. Surely they had to have, just such a weird detail. Again, it makes me wonder, you know, did we play a different... Did a different version of events happen within the world of this game? Did we play a different version of MGS2? In Foxhound that physically didn't exist anymore. Yeah. Snake said the crazy thing is that it's Snake who says it as well, and he's the one who brings it up first in MGS2. You know, when he says Foxhound disbanded. But in MGS4 he's like, right, Jack from Foxhound. What? And then Roy was Jack's commanding officer. What? In what universe?
Acknowledge. Sending reinforcements.
Grenade!
Jesus, okay. Oh wow, you can go through in alert mode. I forgot about that.
Hey you, get over here.
Yes?
We're having connection problems. Go check it out.
Yes, sir.
Otacon, wait here. Liquid.
I knew it. Snake, you're here to kill Liquid, aren't you?
That's the mission. Are you going to stop me?
My mission is to inspect the PMCs. I'm not in a position to take action. All I can do is stand by and watch. I can't help you, understand? I'm a peacekeeper, here to keep order.
Understood.
activate it.
What?
What? What? What?
Commander!
I never thought it would be so easy. But these results... refreshing. Don't you think? Brother! It's been too long. Liquid. Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all. We're free of the shackles of fate. Snake, brother. We are free. Watch, Snake. Watch as I surpass my own origin.
Snake, if you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go. Fulfill your destiny.
All right, let me take a look at my Streamlabs before we continue. Complacent with the 100 bits. Thank you. Sam Guy with the 43 months. Thank you. JMP with the 32. How's it going, JMP, as well? I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Cheers, man. Shock with the gifted sub to Horse Intercourse. I don't think I thanked you for that earlier, Shock. Cheers, Shock. Anyone else I missed here along the way? How Tough, Cool Viper, Visionary, Dog God, Ethan. Pretty sure I thanked you all. Cheers, guys. No! I never installed this! Okay, guys, we get to experience classic MGS4. I'm playing on a different version for the podcast. Okay, we won't have to wait all that long. At least we'll get... Hey, I'm actually kind of glad, in a way. Maybe I'll do a full install after this session. We're not going to finish this whole game today anyway. Ensure that you play in a brightly lit room and sit as far away from the screen as possible. Okay, I'm following that rule pretty well. Some of these warnings are pretty funny, actually. Please put litter in its place. Use an ashtray for cigarette butts and ashes. I think one of these kind of ties in with the whole repetition theme as well, if I remember correctly. One of the tutorials. Be sure to take a 15-minute break every hour. What kind of maniac takes a 15-minute break every hour? 15 minutes? I could understand, you know, getting up and stretching your legs. If you begin to feel ill, stop playing immediately. Well, wait till we get to the end of Act 4. We might have to stop the stream. Cigarette smoke has detrimental effects to you and those around you, particularly infants, children, and the elderly. Have consideration for others when choosing to smoke. Drebin points. Oh, he puts it away as it gets close to the end. That's a nice touch. Hold on, I want to sit here for just a... Oh, he's grabbing another one. Maybe that was just a coincidence how it was timed. Oh, Brizzle with another 35. You know who does not get up for 15 minutes every hour? The MGS God 3 Dog. Brizzle, thank you so much. And thank you again for that 35 that you donated the other day. Obviously, you messaged me off stream, but yeah, that was funny. Cheers, man. Much appreciated. All right, Act 2 briefing.
One, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21. 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, 15, 97, 95, 84. Uncle Hal? The eggs? They're done.
Thank you, Sonny.
Snake?
So, back from the dead?
I don't remember the sun being so flat.
Sorry. I'll dig in right away, Sonny. And would you make some for Snake, too?
Okay.
Hey, none for me, Sonny. Shh. How long was I out?
A whole day.
Someone saved my life.
Yeah. Could have been Meryl and her boys. Don't worry. They're doing fine.
Liquid got away.
You okay?
My body just seized up all of a sudden. This is normal. It's not my joints or muscles.
It looked like the PMC soldiers all went haywire en masse, too. I thought it might be a form of ADS, but I didn't detect any aberrations in the EM field. You were lucky. Some of those guys' hearts simply stopped.
She was there. Naomi was at Liquid's side. Otacon, did you see her?
No, but you're right. Naomi was there. Found traces of her DNA in that syringe you operated.
So it was Naomi. Why?
Here, let me show you something. Right after it all happened, I got a video mail from Naomi. It was sent to my old address.
Here you go.
Thanks, Sonny. They're delicious.
But you haven't even eaten any.
We grown-ups have to watch our caloric intake, you know. Ah, but thank you. I was looking for this.
You're not watching your nicotine intake.
Sonny! You really hurt her feelings.
Yeah. Why don't you teach her how to cook eggs then?
Oh, like I know how to cook. Hey, check this out. The data's been quarantined, no viruses. The voice print matches Naomi's, and I'm fairly confident the video isn't digitally synthesized either.
Snake, I'll make this quick. I'm in South America. I've been captured and forced to do research. It's Liquid. Liquid's goal is to seize control of SOP, the Sons of the Patriot system that controls the soldiers. To do that, he needs to analyze the nanomachine structure and find out how they communicate with one another. The nanomachines currently in use by militaries and PMCs are 3rd generation. But their design is derived from that of the 1st generation. And the basic technology is still the same.
1st generation?
I was the one who created the 1st generation, a nanomachine colony, part of which was Foxdie. 9 years ago, at Shadow Moses, I injected it into your body, Snake. The technology used in Foxdie was incorporated, inherited really, by SOP. That's why Liquid has me helping him hijack the system, because I know how Foxdie works. Please, you must rescue me. Liquid's found a loophole he can use to get into the system. Preparations for his insurrection are nearly complete. There's no time to waste. Snake, hurry!
Naomi sent her location data in a separate file.
What the hell is that?
It's a type of encrypted data. Sonny decoded it for us. Remember now? This is data from the Soliton radar you used at Shadow Moses. I'm guessing Naomi wants us to know the message truly is from her. Sending the map data in Soliton radar format. Pretty clever. And Mei Ling's helping us out from Hawaii.
The data she sent was 4D sound data. I don't know how Soliton radar works, but all I had to do was change the audio data into video data. It was easy. This Naomi lady seems pretty cool.
It's Campbell.
Snake, as you'll recall, following the Shadow Moses incident 9 years ago, Naomi was detained by the authorities. But someone arranged for her escape.
Yeah, I hear they added that to my rap sheet too.
I suspect it was actually Liquid. He must have taken her prisoner himself and forced her to do research at his facility in South America. Chances are, the location Naomi gave us is the site of Liquid's main base.
But there's no actual proof.
There's an ongoing skirmish between a new regime put into power by PMCs and a rebel army formed by remnants of the old one. The rebels have hired a small-scale local PMC of their own to stir things up. It's the quintessential example of a war economy market. The new regime is still in shambles, so it's really pure Ramamon, one of the PMCs under Outer Heaven control, that's calling the shots. You might say it's a perfect place for Liquid to make his haven.
Or it could be a trap.
True, but even so, the payoff would greatly aid our efforts.
I had Sonny trace the origin of Naomi's mail. The address is fake, but Sonny was able to track the message back through its proxies based on access date timestamps and data transfer volumes. Apparently, the message originated from a server in South America. I wouldn't exactly call it 100% credible, though.
Colonel, where's Meryl?
Well, I know she left the Middle East in pursuit of Liquid. I'm sure Arsak is on to us by now. We can't chase that line too far.
which leaves Naomi as our only lead.
I've secured you landing clearance at El Dorado International Airport. You'll be acting as a UN inspector.
South America. That's about 20 hours from here. Then what's the plan?
I'll arrange for them to get you a 4x4. The location Naomi gave us, the PMC's base, is in a mountainous region surrounded by forests. Use the 4x4 to get as close as possible to the PMC security perimeter. From there on, Snake, it'll be a solo sneaking mission.
Roy.
Thanks. The rebels are still pitched in battle against the PMCs. The commotion should help you slip into the facility unnoticed.
20 hours until we land. Got it. I'll have a look at the documents. Maybe I'll even have a smoke while I still can.
All right, Act 2. Let me just see here, make sure I'm up to date. I guess we'll save. Clao, ya dio men, Clao. That was one of my worst performances. I really wasn't trying there. Sorry, guys. I was really half-assing it there. Really apologize for that. The vibrato was all over the place. Really wasn't good.
Colonel, how deeply are they involved in all of this?
The Patriots, you mean?
The data we got from Arsenal Gear was a load of crap. 12 founders who have all been dead for 100 years. Give me a break. We know they exist today. If the purpose of this battlefield control system is to control IDs, it fits in with their plans perfectly.
Seizing control of the world's ID systems and then using them to manipulate the economy and information flow. For the Patriots, that's the ultimate prize. You might say the Patriots are the embodiment of the war economy.
Everything that Solidus feared 5 years ago, it's all come to pass.
The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information.
Now, with the media and global opinion under complete control, not even the UN can stand up to them.
Then Liquid's insurrection is against them.
Exactly. It would seem as though Liquid has taken up Big Boss's cause. An age of persistent universal warfare. A world where mercenaries are free from domination. In a sense, the Outer Heaven Big Boss envisioned is already a living reality.
You mean the PMCs and their war business?
Right now, Liquid is a slave to the Patriots, forced to fight their proxy wars for them.
He must be dying to break free of their spell.
Beneath the surface, a new Cold War is brewing between Liquid and the Patriots over who will survive.
And no matter who wins, the world has no future. Until we stop Liquid and destroy the system, we'll never be free.
Snake, what we call peace is an equilibrium kept in check by the war economy. Destroying the system means wiping out the information society, the end of modern civilization. Like it or not, we may have no choice but to protract the system.
Snake, here's what we know about the current battle. Rebel guerrilla units are advancing on the base of the government PMC troops. That base appears to be Liquid's safe house. According to Naomi's data, she's being held prisoner inside the compound.
That's where she is.
Assuming the data is correct. And one more thing.
What now?
The government PMC troops have been operating at high altitudes. We have reports that it's starting to upset the balance of the nanomachine control system.
Meaning?
Meaning the low blood oxygen content seems to have an effect on their nanomachines, giving them a slight edge in battle. Be careful.
Steer clear of altitude sickness. Got it.
Leave one.
Don't forget this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrades.
More guerrillas will be coming to storm the safe house. He must be among their numbers. Sooner or later he will come. Don't let down your guard.
Otacon, what the hell?
That was Vamp. I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that face.
Those were PMC soldiers with him. Is he involved in Liquid's plan?
We watched him die in Manhattan. Damn it, he won't leave us alone. Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
I swear, the next time he shows up...
Not now, Otacon.
Right. I know. Snake, according to satellite imagery procured by Mei Ling, the facility where Naomi's being held is to the north, along a mountain road. I'm sending the location to your map.
Mei Ling? What's she up to these days?
Taking command of the Missouri, apparently.
The Missouri? That's a World War II battleship.
The museum contract in Hawaii expired some time ago. I hear it's now being used as a virtual training vessel.
No kidding.
Not for actual combat training, of course, but rather to get sailors used to seamanship on an analog vessel. Or so I hear. After the mess at Shadow Moses, Mei Ling kinda got put out to pasture.
Even so, making captain at her age, that's pretty impressive.
Rumor has it she caught the eye of some lecherous old admiral who got her promoted. She always did have a thing for older men.
Maybe it's too early to retire after all.
Thinking of taking a little training on an analog vessel, Snake?
No. At this point, I've got no need for any more training.
Fair enough. Listen, Snake. When you get there, remember, the conflict between the PMCs and the rebels has nothing to do with your mission. There's no reason for you to get involved or take sides. That said, creating some sort of impact on the battlefield could produce better conditions for sneaking. The rebels are targeting the facility being used by the PMCs as a base. This is more or less the same spot where Naomi's being held. If you aid the rebels, they might get rid of some of the PMCs and help carve a path for you to sneak in.
That freak I just saw, with the tentacles, was it using the same octo-camo system as my suit?
Yeah?
I thought that technology was of your own design.
Actually, I kinda based it on some designs Sonny snagged off the net.
And the data came from?
DARPA.
So in other words, we're on equal ground technologically.
Sorry. I guess I should have told you.
And by the looks of things, they know I'm coming too.
Yeah, it could be a trap. Stay sharp.
All right, we're back. Let me see here. Before we continue. Creeper with the 7 months. Thank you very much. Also, Implosion. Hello. Let me see. Freeman. Maybe you would prefer a fantasy setting. MGS2, more MGS miscommunicated hold through the game. Freeman, you're always way too stoned when you try and talk in chat. Like, you're always trying to say something about the game. Like, it's like you have something really interesting to say, but you just mash your head on the keyboard and you just can't get it out properly. I see this repeatedly. And I'm pretty sure you're a big stoner. I think that's been confirmed. I'd love to read that comment. You know, it looks like you've something... Looks like there's something interesting there. I can kind of piece some of it together. You know, how at the end of MGS2, when the Patriots AI says to Raiden, I wonder if you would have preferred a fantasy setting when it comes to the simulation and how it's a recreation of Shadow Moses. How this is kind of playing on that as well. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. The MGS4 symbolizing the real world kind of comes up again later on in Act 2. Very, like, literally, overtly. You know, during Naomi's speech, you see the PS3's main menu in the cutscene and all of the games being cycled through. When Naomi says, up until that point, war was a game to them. And then suddenly reality came crashing down. And as she says that line, reality came crashing down, it lands on MGS4 after cycling through all the other MGS games. But we'll get to that later on. A very big meta moment where the game kind of compares the SOP system to the game itself or the series itself. Let's see.
Head for the research lab where Naomi's being held. It's to the north.
So one thing that you're probably never going to notice on a first playthrough, maybe after several playthroughs, is this whole thing with Laughing Octopus, where she says, you know, remember this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrades. And you kind of get the feeling that this is implying something about the gameplay of this sequence, that, you know, we're going to have to be really careful with the militia now. It's kind of like she's brainwashing him or something, and now they're all gonna think that we're the enemy. But it functions in the exact same way as in Act 1. You know, if we take out a few PMCs, the militia will be on our side, and that's that. So her plan is fucking bullshit. Her plan doesn't work at all. It's the same as Act 1. If we take out 3 PMCs, they'll be cool. And that's the way it is. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess they are hostile right from the beginning. But they're hostile right from the beginning in Act 1 as well. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Yeah, maybe it feels like it was something that they wanted to implement, but they didn't have time. I mean, it's not really a big deal, like, at the same time. Chances are you're only really gonna notice it if you really think about it. And you're probably not gonna think about it too hard on a first playthrough. It's not like it's all that meaningful anyway. It's not like it takes away from the story in any real significant way, but it's just kind of an interesting thing to talk about anyway. Yeah, it would have been cool if it affected something else with, within the battlefield, that you have to do something special to get on their side, but yeah, it functions in the exact same way. Let's see. SSJ with the 43. Thank you.
Stand up.
Ooh, interesting.
Hey.
Some subtle differences between hard and extreme here. Just not as aware. On extreme, I would have lured all of them up towards me there when I stood up at the very beginning. Probably just wanted to stress that she's a master of deception because MGS1 Octopus. Yeah, I mean, maybe they never had any plans to implement anything gameplay-wise. Because, they are still hostile right from the beginning, but it just feels like it falls flat a bit. You take out a few PMCs and the militia love you. So when you think back to what she did at the start there during that scene, it kind of makes her look a bit silly.
Get the weapons and let's move.
Let's go, let's go.
It's the enemy.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
Leave my boys alone. Oh, I'm scared. I don't see where the bullets are coming from.
Stand by. Sending reinforcements now.
Need backup.
Wow, the M4 with the grip.
Suppressing fire.
Pretty damn good. Aim to misbehave with the 43. Thank you.
Cover. Back me up.
It's you.
Let's pop those noodles. South American Rebel disguise. Battle uniform for disguising Snake as a South American Rebel soldier. So yeah, not that we really need it now.
Spread
Well, we're on their side. But you could very easily get yourself into a situation where you're not on their side. One thing I really like as well about the camo system in this is that shadows are a lot more meaningful.
So this is HQ.
You know, shadows affect your camo index.
Understood. The state of alert has been lifted. Resume positions.
And there are a lot of places in the game where you can really utilize that. It's interesting how they introduced shadows as a mechanic in MGS2, but they never really did much with it. You know, aside from a couple of very specific areas. With how they introduce it on the tanker, you kind of get the impression that it's going to be a bigger part of the game, something that you're really going to need to look out for, but I think 4 is the only game where shadows really do come into play in a meaningful way. Although it still is cool how they use it in those couple of areas in 2, but yeah, they don't really utilize it that much. Splinter Cell is all about the shadows, isn't it? The shadows are like the core mechanic almost of Splinter Cell. I only played bits and pieces of the Splinter Cell games. I know Chaos Theory is supposed to be the fan favorite. We might have to check out that game at some point. What do you guys think of the other Splinter Cell games? Like, I never really hear too much about the other ones. Everyone says Chaos Theory, play Chaos Theory, but I rarely hear much else about the other games. I hear a lot of incredible things about Thief. Thief 1 and 2. Really want to play those games at some point. Seen a lot of people say that they're some of the best stealth games ever in terms of mechanics. I think Cool Man was telling me that Thief 2 was his favorite. One sec. Splinter Cell is an inferior stealth game compared to Thief. Mostly rides on the Tom Clancy license. An American jingoism. Lots of America, fuck yeah. In Splinter Cell. Might be an interesting contrast to Metal Gear in that way. Maybe we should do a Metal Gear Splinter Cell double bill sometime. Are you you're a PMC, aren't you?
Huh? Who was that?
Freeze.
Huh? Take it.
You know, I kind of like how this area looks. MGS4 gets a lot of stick for its color palette and everything. I guess games of this time generally did. All the brown and the blue. But I kind of like what they do with this place. The lighting is nice, I think.
Get up. Get up.
Does my camo index go down when I'm in this position? This is a really cool CQC move, but it's kind of useless, unfortunately.
Get up.
Hold on, let me just check something here, because I can't remember.
Hands up.
I didn't mean to do that. That was the disarm, wasn't it? Hold on. Oh, yeah, it's because I had the weapon equipped. Right. 45% in this position. 45% here as well. Okay, I thought maybe my camo index would go down a bit. That would have been cool. That would have been a way to make it meaningful. You know? Because maybe if you were crouched and you were grabbing onto him, someone could see you in the distance, and you change your position to make your camo a bit better so you can't be seen. Or sorry, when I said camo index, when I said go down, I meant go up. Yeah. That's what I meant. You know, you should be harder to spot. That would have been a way to make it meaningful, you know, to give you a reason to use it. Because I don't think there's any reason to use that CQC move. It's satisfying to use. But yeah, there's not much reason to use it.
Snake, I see you found yourself a uniform from the old regime's army. It's just like the ones the rebels are wearing.
Yeah, just my size, too.
The rebels are a heck of a lot less likely to shoot at you if you're wearing that uniform. Don't hesitate to put it on if you're feeling a little naked.
I'll do that.
Of course, you have to act the part, too. Don't forget to play nice.
Don't worry. I'll behave.
Naomi's lab is north of your present position. The direction of the lab is indicated on your radar. Use it to plan your next move. The low oxygen levels in this high-altitude mountainous area must be having a negative effect on the nanomachines. The PMCs are showing signs of unusually aggressive behavior. Watch your back, Snake.
The PMC the regime hired is French, isn't it?
It sure is. Pieuvre Armament. Octopus Armaments. Why?
And this battlefield ad I'm looking at, it's written in French. Les tentacules de la pieuvre pour votre guerre. It means something like arms of the octopus. Arms for your war.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Fluent in 6 languages. You know, I bet the octopus never saw it coming. Somebody using its limbs to design a wartime advertisement?
You use what you can. That's what we humans do.
Sounds like something a Procure on-site expert would say.
Is that so, Otacon?
I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
One sec, guys. Hold on. Oh, hey, Cool AF man. I don't think I thanked you for your year. Thank you so much, man. Cheers. Let's put this night vision back on. Just to take a look around. Not sure if I checked up here yet. procure on site thing always felt super forced for gameplay reasons. I think it works really well in MGS2 for the story of that game, being a simulation of the first game. You know, where Raiden tries to use real life logic when he asks about the terrorists' weapons. Why can't I just use these? And the Colonel gives the, you know, lies to him. Oh, you know, they're ID locked. They're equipped with identification functionality. But then you find out that that's not really the case. Raiden is only authorized to pick up certain weapons in specific places where they've been laid out specifically for him. So that's one thing I really like about 2, how they tie it into the story in a way that really works. Where it makes sense that they're using the video game logic from the first game, because they're trying to have, you know, because they're modeling everything on MGS1 within the actual story. But yeah, it generally speaking, it definitely is a concession that they make for gameplay balancing purposes. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, that crack. Hold on. I want to test this out again. If I stay on one page, it's just going to fill up that far. But now when I turn to the next page, it should... Yeah, okay. So each page has its own bar. Get rid of those janky shadows. Just want to fill up the psych meter so I can aim properly again. I promise. That's why. That's stress, though. So usually I'll go all the way up there from the beginning, but this time I think I'll come over here and maybe just try and snipe everyone. Oh. I was hoping he'd walk into the shot, but he just stopped. Did my PMC boys get wiped out completely?
This is HQ.
We're under attack.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
Fuck. You can DM those to me? I'm just being reminded of what game was I playing? I can't remember what game I was playing someone in chat who was dead serious. Said, you know, those character models, they have nipples. You know, some woman in the game. You know, the model actually has nipples. I can DM you if you want. I promise, they do have nipples. What was the game again? Who was that guy? I can't remember. Hey, here they are. I didn't even take notes. Yeah, they only arrive when you get up to a certain point, I guess. This is another thing as well. See how my camo is blue? My camo index? I think most people know about this, but this is Battlefield camo. You know, if there's a lot of fighting going on, a lot of gunfire, it'll increase your camo index. Because they're focused, you know? Their attention is focused on something else.
Hey.
Oh, wow, that triggers an alert. Huh. I know I didn't have a suppressor or anything, but I was fairly far away from it.
Snake, there's someone I'd like you to meet. A member of the mission staff. A psychological counselor.
Psychological counselor?
A lot of soldiers can't handle the stress of battle, end up panicking. She'll be useful in helping you understand the mindset of both the PMC and rebel soldiers.
She?
Rosemary.
Nice to meet you, Snake.
This is Rosemary. She used to work as a data analyst at the Pentagon, but moved to combat support during the Big Shell incident.
Yeah. She was in charge of Jack's files, wasn't she?
After that, she studied psychology. And now she's a counselor with CSP, the Combat Stress Platoon.
Yeah, I hear psychological counseling's the hot field these days. Increased combat efficiency and productivity, all without ever picking up a gun.
I'll be acting as your personal counselor on this mission. Since the passing of the new millennium, one of the most important issues facing today's military is the mental care of its soldiers. I can also provide advice on soldier psychology from a threat assessment perspective. Contact me anytime. I'll be standing by here at home with Roy, but I'm on a different circuit. The frequency is 147.79.
Her advice will have a positive effect on your psych gauge. Survival on the battlefield depends on your psychological well-being. Lose your cool and your body stops doing what you tell it to. Even a veteran soldier like you.
I know. Mind, body, technique. Some things haven't changed with time.
When your psyche is running low, ask her for advice. It'll help keep you in peak condition and focused on the mission.
By the way, Colonel, isn't that your house?
Well, yes.
Then the woman you married, the one that Meryl was talking about.
Is Rosemary, yes. Didn't I tell you before?
News to me. What about Jack?
Jack?
Jack, from Foxhound. Codename Ryden. I seem to remember him being engaged to Rose.
Oh. We lost all trace of him.
Jack's gone. I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose?
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
see why Meryl was so disgusted.
Meryl said something about me.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
I see.
Colonel, you knew she was our informant in the Middle East, didn't you? Was it you who put her up to it?
Yes. I used my connections in the army to get Meryl the job.
You wanted your daughter someplace where you could keep an eye on her.
Look, everybody involved in the incident at Shadow Moses either lost their job and status, or in the case of Meryl and Mei Ling, got brushed aside. Meryl wanted to make a comeback, a difference. We can't all be as strong as you, Snake. Some of us can't bear living like pariahs.
Since Shadow Moses, I've been branded a criminal.
I think of it as my own small way of making it up to my daughter. My own flesh and blood. In any case, call Rosemary if you ever need advice.
All right. Pretty good performance there from Campbell. Gotta say, you'd almost think that was true. Lucky me, huh? Maybe it is true. Maybe Rose didn't fully confess at the end of the game. Maybe it wasn't all an act 100%. I think this was a pretty, I mean, aside from the bizarre confusion regarding Jack's relationship with the real Roy Campbell and the real Foxhound and everything, it was a pretty interesting twist to put in. You know, really playing on the fans' hatred of Rose. Like, it's the last thing you'd expect. You know, we're back to playing as Snake now. Surely we're not going to have Rose as a member of our support team. But she's here. Rose is old Snake's psychological counselor. How bizarre. You know, you see this on a first playthrough. You know, it's just going to make you despise Rose even more than you already did. if you really hated her in 2. Like, what?
Who? Oh, you again. What happened?
Now she's in a relationship with the real Roy Campbell? What the fuck is going on? Lucky me, huh? This feels like dumb drama because Kojima doesn't know how to write. I disagree. I think it's a pretty interesting twist. But it's very messy with all that stuff they throw in about, you know, Jack working for the real Foxhound and shit. I'm still not sure what to make of that. If it's a genuine error, which is just baffling. If it is, how they would make that mistake. Or if it's intentional. Oh, hello. Feels like, remember this character, remember this character? What about this one? Well, if you're talking in the case of, in the sense of fan service, bringing back Rose isn't fan service, you know? Everybody hated Rose. Kojima knows everyone hated Rose, and he's really playing on that there, you know? When it comes to this game's fan service as a whole, I feel like it's really not the best way to talk about it a lot of the time, you know? Like, in a lot of cases, it really is fan service. But there's such an underlying cynical streak in it. Like, it's really not about just giving people what they want, you know? It's like a poisoned Valentine, MGS4. Poisonous Valentine. Sure, all these characters are back, and We're wrapping everything up, and it's this big bombastic finale, but you have all this stuff under the surface, which isn't so rosy and fantastic. I would say this is something in the middle, Shadow Cloud. I wouldn't call this game total fan service at all. Not in the slightest. There's that element to it, but it's very surface.
Who is this?
Snake.
That voice.
There's an ambush ahead. Government and PMC troops. You could be shot from anywhere. Watch your surroundings. Look to the distance.
Is this Jack?
Jack is dead. Snake. I'm at your side.
Wait.
I am a badass now. Listen to the sound of my voice.
What? So that's where you were.
My voice got deeper, Snake. Listen to the sound of my voice.
Okay. Reinforcements should be here soon. Let's go.
Notice how he has Snake's codec frequency? 141.80. The mentor. Mentor frequency. Master Miller, the boss, Snake, and MGS2. Yeah, that's why I still kind of respect this, even though I have, like, so many problems with MGS4. Like, an endless list of problems. But I respect that it isn't just, you know, this is just, sure, let's just give the fans what they want. Here's your wrap up. It's still very personal to Kojima, and there's a lot of personal subtext in it, you know. He still tried to make it meaningful to him, rather than have it just be something completely hollow. Why couldn't the whole game be like Act 1 and 2? Well, I actually like Act 3. I'm one of those crazy people who actually enjoys the gameplay of Act 3. My big problem is Act 4 and 5 in terms of gameplay. Act 4, you're dealing with all those horrible dwarf gecko. But at the same time, I kind of like the atmosphere that gives Shadow Moses. Where it's been kind of, you know, where it feels like Shadow Moses has been corrupted by these horrible creatures. You know, the future mixed with the past. And I think the dwarf gecko works well in that way, you know. It's very... We're revisiting the past, but we're not in the past anymore. And the dwarf gecko kind of highlight that fact well, I think. But at the same time, while I can kind of appreciate that, I don't really enjoy sneaking past them. I don't really enjoy dealing with them, gameplay-wise. I think it would have been really cool if Act 5 had more than one area, more than one stealth area. Because the first area in Act 5 is cool when you're on Haven and you're dealing with all those frogs, and it's a really good challenge as well if you want to figure out a really efficient way of dealing with them on especially on higher difficulties. It's a really cool, challenging sequence. It just would have been good if there were more of those areas. Yeah, like one big chapter there would have been cool. Going through all these, you know, navigating through Haven until you got to Mantis. I quite like the Mantis fight as well, and the frogs beforehand. Was OHN a thing when MGS4 first came out? No, no, no. There's some cool verticality to Act 5 too, but it's hardly used. Yeah. Usually I do the same thing every time in Act 5. Just do the smoke nade strat. We'll probably fuck around a bit more this time though. There were people streaming MG. I think JTV existed before MGS4 came out. Because I think I remember watching one stream that was, you know, an MGS4 release stream on JTV. Hold on, one sec, guys.
Charge! We got company! Go, go, go! Go, go, go! Move! After him! Fire! Back me up! Move!
Yeah, Dim, I'm not sure if I agree regarding Peace Walker theory with MGS5 being made as a response to Peace Walker. You know, regarding the revenge theme and meta implications regarding the revenge theme. But possibly. I know he wanted... I think he had Phantom Pain in mind before he even made Peace Walker, or around the time he made Peace Walker. I'll have to go back and go and look at some interviews again. Obviously, we know that he wanted to release Ground Zeroes shortly after Peace Walker, which is another interesting thing. He originally wanted Ground Zeroes to be another PSP game, right? Maybe Peace Walker wasn't peace after all. Maybe it was always the illusion of peace. Maybe Kojima wasn't happy making Peace Walker. Fuck you, eh? I thought we cleared everyone out here. What if it was just the illusion of peace all along? And MGS5 was the reality waiting to hit us all that time. We did it! Huh?
We've got contact.
Yeah, and well, I think the tone of the series changed with every game. Not in a way, not really in a bad way. It's one of the things I really like about the series is that from game to game, they're quite different in a number of ways. You know, setting, style, tone. I guess MGS 1 and 2 are fairly close to each other with regards to tone, but even still, still very different, you know. MGS 2 is very surreal in a way that 1 isn't. I guess there are elements of 1 that are surreal, but not really in the same way as 2. 2 has that real sort of uncanny quality because you're going through all these things that you've seen before, but there's that added existential element where things aren't really quite right. You're not really sure what's going on. You're seeing things play out the same way. It doesn't really feel correct. And that creates a pretty unique vibe. When it comes to, you know, what's real and what's not. That wasn't really a part of 1. And then 3 is obviously very different to 1 and 2. Way more theatrical and campy. Lots of comedy, lots of humor. And then 4 is tired and sluggish and drab. Alright, let's talk to Drebin, shall we? How do I feel about Snake in MGS1 for the first time? And he was already a legend, but you didn't play or own the previous Metal Gear 1 or 2. That is one of the best things about MGS1, I think. Is how it... I say this a lot when I play MGS1. Is how it handles itself as a sequel to the previous games. I almost think the game works better if you haven't played the MSX games. I think they really do a good job of incorporating those games, but not making them essential, you know? Not making them, not making it so you had to have played them to understand what's going on. 'Cause that's what I mean when I say essential. You know, how they talk about Big Boss and Zanzibar and Outer Heaven. It's one of the best parts of MGS1, I think. Just Snake's status as a legend and this mysterious backstory that we don't really know anything about. Those are some of the best parts of MGS1, I think, when Campbell and Snake are reflecting on these previous incidents that you don't really know anything about. It really adds a great sense of mystery. And, you know, you kind of wonder what the deal is. And the fact that they are these games that barely anyone has played in the West kind of adds to that as well, because they are kind of these legendary, mysterious games to most people. You know, like when you see us play the MSX games, oftentimes in chat, you'll see someone, hey, is this Metal Gear 1 or 2? You know, people don't even know which game is which a lot of the time. Is this the game where you fight Grey Fox? Is this the game where they fight in the minefield and all of that? I feel like MGS1 did a really good job at sort of incorporating all of that. You know, there are these legendary events within the story, and to most players, they are kind of these legendary, mythical, mysterious games that most people haven't played. So yeah, I never played the MSX games, but it was never something that bothered me. You know, it was always just a cool part of the game, how they handled the history of the previous games. Because MGS1 is like a soft reboot, in a way. It's a continuation of the story, but it's also restarting the series, in a way. Ghost Fishing with the 3 months. Thank you. Right, Registered. The way they talk about Fox, the way they talk about Big Boss, like the way they use Big Boss in MGS 1 and 2 is so well done, I think. He's just kind of like this godly figure that's in the background, you know, that's looming over the story, even though you never see him. You know, and he's key to the whole story of MGS1. Like in the opening cinematic, that's what the terrorists are after. You know, we have to go in. They're demanding the remains of Big Boss. We have no idea who this person is, but it still works really well. Like, what the hell is going on? All these names. They want the remains of this person, this legendary soldier. It all works really well. You know, creates a lot of mystery. And I think it might work better for people who haven't even played the MSX game. Especially when they start retconning certain things from the MSX games. You know, like when Snake says that that he was his father, you know, that's all he said. That's all I know. In the MSX games, Big Boss never tells you he's his father. So maybe if you've played the MSX games, things like that will actually bother you. You know, because they do retcon certain things and stuff like that. But again, it's not something... Retconning the MSX games isn't really something that bothers me too much. Because they were starting the series again and, you know, I'm okay with them taking all sorts of liberties with those games. They just kind of used it as a stepping stone, or it was kind of like the... I'm not sure what the word would be. Template? Not really. No, whatever. But the Kaz retcon still angers you. What's that one? One of the things I really like about Metal Gear 2 actually is how Kaz's feelings about Big Boss really does tie in with MGS5 quite well, you know, when he calls Big Boss a monster, which makes sense given, you know, how Big Boss betrays him in 5. The big thing with Miller is his age, I think, you know. Miller doesn't really seem to age much from Peace Walker to the later games, to Liquid's impersonation of him in MGS1. But again, I don't know. I can overlook shit like that. That kind of shit doesn't really bother me too much. Kazuhira, Master Miller. So cringe. McDonald. Oh, well, he still has the McDonald title, doesn't he? Yeah, I don't know. I really like how Peace Walker reincorporated Miller. I thought it was a pretty. I thought it felt pretty natural, all things considered. You know, there are some discrepancies, but I thought it was a really interesting character to bring back. You know, of all the characters. And we got so lucky with Robin Atkin Downs as well, because his voice is just so close to Liquid's impersonation of him. Yeah, you didn't like making him half Japanese? I don't know, I thought it worked.
Yo, over here. You. Come on, hop in. It's getting rough out there. I don't think so.
We meet again.
You've been following me.
You seem like an interesting guy, so I decided to check you out. Sit down. A lot of legends about you out there in the intel community, especially in the CIA. You know those nanomachines I injected you with back in the Middle East? They let me track your location. Figures. The B&Bs are here. Things are about to get hairy.
B&Bs?
You never heard of them? They're Beauty and the Beast. Together they're called the B&B Corps. They're a squad of enhanced female soldiers, belong to the PMCs. Anytime there's a mess that needs cleaning up, they're on the scene leading the elites.
That's a female?
Probably freelancers hired by the PMCs. They're run out of a separate parent organization. Guess it's time for good old Drebin to let you in on a few things. Ever since you showed up in the Middle East, the B&B Corps has got orders to kill. Their #1 priority is to eliminate some guy on sight. A guy named, Solid Snake. But from where I'm sitting, Old Snake seems a little more appropriate.
Old, huh?
Cheer up. That's the bad news. Word on the street says that beneath those ugly-ass suits, the B&Bs are real babes. Drop dead gorgeous. They also say each one of them's been traumatized by war. Badly. They weren't even soldiers to begin with, you know. More like victims of war. They suffered shell shock on the battlefield. Post-traumatic. It damaged their minds pretty much beyond repair. So the only way they could cope with the reality of battle was to become war machines themselves. The remnants of their human side are buried deep within. The beast, that's what you see on the outside. War transforms a snake into beasts.
War transforms us.
But deep within that shell, something human survives. A fragile, scarred heart. Without a shell to protect it, it's like the yolk of an egg. Word going round is their natural flesh and blood bodies can't survive in the open for more than a few minutes. And they've been convinced that by killing Snake, their minds will be cleansed. They think it's gonna free them from all the pain, and all the fury, and all the sorrow. Which makes these babes pretty much obsessed with killing you. 4 B&Bs have been identified so far. The one you just saw was Raging Raven. There's also Laughing Octopus, a master of mimicry, and Crying Wolf. She runs on 4 legs. And finally, the mistress of mind control, Screaming Mantis.
Mantis?
Yeah. There used to be a guy by that name in the US military. A Russian psychic. He could control people's minds. I guess she inherited the title. She keeps the other B&B's minds in check with her powers.
Octopus, Raven, Wolf, Mantis.
You got it. They're the Snake Hound unit, and they've got you in their sights. Shit. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Drebin. I thought no one was supposed to be able to hack into the system. Are you with the Patriots?
No, sir. I ain't no lale-lule. I mean, I'm no patriot.
You can say patriot. I guess that means you're clean, right?
The nanomachines I got in me are different from the military kind. No speech restrictions for me.
The hell are these patriots? Are they human?
Not anymore, they ain't. They're the law of this world, created over the course of history. They're what holds this world together, keeps this whole mess in check. The Patriots are America, the world's greatest military power. They are the war economy, which makes you and me just cogs in a much grander schematic. I mean, someone obviously had to start the whole thing at the beginning, but now their law has taken on a life of its own.
A life of its own?
Yep. The country, the war economy, it ain't run by people. It's run by the system. No need for high-level decision-making authority. It's all handled by a massive, yet simple information processing system. An AI. It works just like natural law. The world's a much simpler place than most folks realize. Every aspect of the Patriot system is closely monitored by 3 peripheral AIs and a core AI that ties them all together. The SOP system is one part of that. It's all backed up by a foolproof control system. So not even yours truly can sneak inside the Patriots' AIs.
What if, hypothetically, someone found a way?
If they could fool the IDS. I guess they could use it as a haven to lay low.
Haven?
You know, like a tax haven. In the internet society, we have net havens, data havens. A haven is someplace where social conventions and the rules of the net don't apply. Back in the 20th century, the super rich would open bank accounts in countries without income tax laws. Not a bad way to evade paying taxes. Now we've got us a society where everybody's DNA and personal info is totally controlled by the nanomachines inside their bodies. Won't be long before people start using havens to escape from ID control. I guess you could say my gun laundering kind of borrows from the haven concept, after a fashion. Even so, good luck finding a way to access the Patriots' AIs from the outside. It's absolutely impossible. No chance in hell. Like I said, there's no breaking into those AIs from the outside.
But Liquid's got something in mind. You sure there's no way?
I'm just a gun launderer. Only reason I'm interested in you is because you start a lot of fires. All right then. You need me? Just give me a ring. Go on. Get your ass back inside. Now! I have you.
Sorry. I didn't realize. I forgot that I muted during that scene. It's okay. I wasn't really saying much anyway. I was just saying, it's kind of weird that we come back and we're all fucked again. You know, our stress, our psyche. You'd think he got a rest during that scene, you know? We should be feeling pretty refreshed after that. They changed something here as well on Extreme. There should be two well, not should, but on Extreme there are 2 guards here. Something they add on Extreme. I forgot about that. It's been a while since I played on a lower difficulty. One second. And there's something I wanted to do.
Oh, it was you.
What's up?
Here. You sure?
Oh, no present? Okay. Really? Okay. Maybe these guys never give you presents after that scene. Hold on. Let's see if we can find anyone else here. No way. Is it just that one guy? Why is the stress going up? The heat. The heat. And I think the altitude in these areas is supposed to affect it as well. Let's see how it's going down now. If you go into the shade, it'll bring your stress down a lot of the time. Wait, am I... More problems. One sec. Jesus Christ. Sorry, guys. I got a new capture card a few days ago, but I was having issues with it last time I tested it out. I need to find the time to do some test streams with the new one, because I'm back using my old one now, which fucks up occasionally like that. But what was I talking about? Yeah, the shade. It's the heat that was fucking up Snake there, I think, with regards to his stress. Thank you so much, Van. I appreciate the support. Is that a PMC guy? No way. The one I'm using now is an old Elgato. I can't even remember what the model number is. No, 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 no. He's cool. Tempted to hold him up, though. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. I'm gonna make it just about. Hold on. Oh, I should have tried giving that guy a ration, the guy up there. Maybe he would have given me something. Let me see here. Caster with the 2 months. Thank you. Let me just double check some of these names as well. Ghost Fishing with the 3. Aaron with the 6. Demon Beast with the 20. Cheers, guys. Much appreciated. Yeah, I wonder if all these guys are gone on this difficulty. Yeah, they are. Wow, okay. And the 2 guys that come round the corner. That's pretty interesting. On Extreme, there are 5 guards in this area. Although, maybe the last 2 only come if you haven't... maybe they only come if you don't win the war with the militia in this area.
Snake, can you hear me?
This is Jack, isn't it?
I am Raiden. Jack is no more.
Where are you now?
I'm right beside you.
Raiden, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing?
On a mission. Finding something. For someone.
Finding what?
The corpse. Of Big Boss.
What?
I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location.
Liquid?
No. The leader of a small resistance group. Her followers call her Matka Pluku.
Matka Pluku? Big Mama.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
Wait, what about Big Boss's body?
It's with her now.
Her?
What's going on, Snake?
Rose, I just got a call from Raiden. It sounds like he's close by.
Jack?
Yeah.
Did he seem okay?
Yeah, as far as I could tell from his voice.
Really? That's great. Snake, I have a favor to ask.
What?
Don't let him know I'm involved in this operation, okay? I think it would be best to just leave him alone for now.
What happened between you and Jack?
After the big shell incident, he became unstable. Memories began to resurface from his childhood when he fought for Solidus in the Liberian Civil War. And in the midst of all of that, the baby we had together, it hadn't even been born yet. Jack slowly stopped coming home. And when he did, he'd be dead drunk, sometimes covered in cuts and bruises. Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer, but Jack just avoided him. I was all alone. And Roy was so kind to me. He's the one who encouraged me to become a counselor. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I needed to get over it, to move on with my life. I'm worried about him, of course, but I'm also afraid of him.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thank you, Snake.
So there's our plot explanation for why Raiden is the way he is. Kind of a bit weird when you go through an entire game for him to change.
You okay?
To undo it in a minute like that. And the baby we had together, it hadn't even been born yet. It's quite something to go from the tone of that MGS2 ending to that scene right there. Like, if you just think of the MGS2 ending, Raiden's whole speech to Rose with the piano Can't Say Goodbye to Yesterday playing in the background. Although, to be fair, MGS2 does the same thing to a certain degree with MGS1's ending, with how MGS2 treats Meryl. But the big difference is that Snake really does change after the events of MGS1. He might not live happily ever after with Meryl, but he really does change and find a new purpose. And obviously Raiden's development at the end of 2 was supposed to mirror that development, but that never happened. Hey, Lexi. Gifting the sub to Hey Look a Fork. The Otacon ending is the only canon ending where Otacon says that he's done with science and he's interested in human psychology. He's gonna become a psychologist. MGS2 doesn't do too much with that, I don't think. But Otacon also, I mean, that's another thing that you kind of have to ignore as well. Otacon survives in both endings of MGS1, right? But if Meryl lives, does he has a completely different, he changes his mindset? Why? He's no longer interested in human psychology because Meryl survives? I mean, we don't get to see what is, you know, we don't get a scene with Otacon at the end at all if Meryl survives, but I guess we have to assume that his mindset changes as well for some reason, and he continues to stay interested in science. That's true, Dave. Hold on one sec, guys.
Oh, you again.
What's up, guys? That stress always going up. That is one cool thing about this act, I think. You really need to be a lot more careful with your gauges.
Over there! Over there! Okay.
And now we're in the shade, so we can bring it down a bit.
Okay. Over there. Let's go. Okay. Over there. Let's go. Careful. Careful. Over there. Careful.
That's how much of a badass Snake is, Rena. He's still pretty chill in the shade, even with all that shit going on.
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably gonna use it to bust their way into the mansion.
You know, someone brought up Sniper Wolf there. I give Otacon a lot of shit in MGS1. During the bro ending, especially. You know, when he's trying to relate to Snake and how he lost Meryl. And he's like, you know, I lost Wolf too. But, you know, and then he goes on about this, you know, talks about what Hemingway said about death. And it's like, how are you relating to Snake at all here? She says 2 words to you throughout the whole game. Does she even say 2 words? I don't know. Or 2 lines. You know, during her death scene, the only thing she says to Otacon is, bitch, go get me my fucking sniper rifle. All right, thank you. Now I'm going to continue talking to Snake. You can just stand there to the side while we're talking, all right? I give him a lot of shit for that, you know, trying to compare his relationship with Wolf to Snake's relationship with Meryl, because it seems kind of ludicrous. But there is the implication that they've had some kind of relationship off stream, I was going to say. Off screen. You know, that we don't see. Because he does say, you know, when Snake is asking him about Wolf and the handkerchief and everything, you know, how Wolf gives Otacon the handkerchief and everything. And he says, you know, she's nice to me. I'm not sure why, but she's nice to me. So, you know, maybe they did have some kind of a thing off screen or something. I don't know. But no. I'm really giving him way too much credit again here. They definitely didn't. You know, he even says it himself. he's, you know, she was nice to him, and he's obviously just overplaying that, you know. Oh, she gave me the handkerchief. She's nice to me. She loves me, you know. And he's trying to, and now he's building up this whole relationship in his head that doesn't actually exist. But maybe, you know, there is that implication that there could be something there. But it is weird that all the on-screen, that she never gives him any time of the day at all on screen. You know, shut up. Get me my sniper rifle. That's about it. I think that might be the only thing she says to him in the whole game that we see. If she really did, if she truly cared about Otacon, you'd think she'd have something more to say to him while she's dying, you know, right before she dies. But she's all about Snake and, you know, seeing Big Boss in Snake, and, you know, she's relating so heavily to him. But, oh shit, what was that?
Naomi's lab is somewhere inside those mansion grounds. Proceed immediately. Infiltrate the place.
She talks some random shit. Not to stand between a wolf and its prey. Yeah. Otacon intervenes during the call as well, doesn't he? And she just says, shut up. Quiet. Don't stand between a wolf and its prey. Yeah. So, go shut up and go fetch me my sniper rifle. Those are the two things we get on screen. You want to give me that PKM? Nice. I do like how they can have unique weapons and stuff as well.
Back me up!
Victorious with the 26 months. Thank you. And another unique weapon. Reminds me of my ex. Well, maybe. See, now we have some real life stories that could back up Otacon's case. You know? These PMCs in particular have that very sort of typical Blackwater look to them. The shades and the caps. Some Masahiro Ito work here as well, by the way. All these paintings done by the legend himself, Masahiro Ito. Team Silent. Silent Hill legend. Yeah, you can really tell as well, just that very dark sort of style, religious look to it. Really reminds you a lot of the stuff that you see at the end of Silent Hill 3 in the church. Yeah, Dave. You had to look at it anyway. You seemed to think that he knew what he was talking about. I just really wasn't a fan of how Fungo sort of claimed it as a statement, you know? As if he was talking about as if it was a factual claim, you know? Fair enough, theorized that he might be his speaking, but to say it as a fact, I don't know. I thought there was reason to believe that he did know what he was talking about.
Need backup! We got company!
Hold on, can we... Can we masturbate? No, okay, I don't think we can... No, okay. I mean, I guess we could.
Suppressing fire!
Akina.
Cover!
It's Akina.
Hold on, 1 sec, guys. Freedom with the 3 months. Thank you. He could have PayPal'd me $100. Yeah, he was very confident, wasn't he? Yeah, I thought some of his comments were weird. You know, what he was saying about fiction not having any historical value, and if it did take place in the 70s, it wouldn't mean anything, and I don't know. A lot of that shit didn't really make much sense to me. But I respect Fungo and the work he's done for Silent Hill. Then oh, I didn't realize he deleted the $100 tweet. Wow. Oh, maybe I don't respect him. Sorry guys, most of you don't really know what we're talking about here. I just got into an argument with someone on Twitter about what Masahiro Ito said on Twitter with his English. Because he writes a lot of tweets in English, and his English isn't the best. And yeah, we just got into a bit of an argument over the meaning of a certain tweet and how it related to something that he said about the Silent Hill story and possible timelines and things. Yeah, he said if I could prove him wrong, he'd PayPal me $100. But then he deleted the tweet when he realized he was probably wrong. Yeah, I don't know. He's Ito has gotten way better at English over the last couple of years. I think he probably knew what he was talking about. Bongo was arguing that he didn't know what he was talking about with his tweet, or that he was he didn't realize what he was saying in English. He was misspeaking. It was just bad English. And I was arguing that, no, he probably is meaning what he's saying. All right. Naomi time. Blue Rose.
Then we'll have to make a lot of changes. Yes, that's right. We'll need another go at it. That won't be a problem. Uh-huh. Yes. I've taken care of it. Of course. Yes, I understand, but... Yes, the next test.
Naomi.
And things on your end? I see. We're on schedule here as well. I know. Me too. Until then.
Naomi.
Snake. I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate. I haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years?
9.
And Dr. Emmerich, is he with you?
Why?
I thought he'd be the only one able to open the mail I sent. Not many people could recognize 4D sound data in a Soliton radar file. How is the good doctor?
Otacon's fine. He's the same as ever.
Otacon? I see.
Who were you just talking to?
Liquid. Although I suppose he's really Ocelot, from a medical standpoint.
I thought he was here.
He's not, at the moment.
Where are all the guards?
They know I won't escape. I'm powerless to resist. I have no choice but to cooperate.
Naomi, what happened in the Middle East?
What you saw was the soldiers' emotions run amok.
Another product of the system.
You don't trust me?
I'm not sure yet.
And if I answer your question?
Let's hear it first.
Liquid. We thought the SOP was an ID control system designed primarily to maintain order and control in battle. And we were right. But only partially. SOP had another function. To control people's senses. The nanomachines inside soldiers' bodies adapt to different conditions, promoting the release of neurotransmitters, hormones, and stimulants, giving them an edge in battle. They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres. It's all controlled by the system's core AI. It artificially controls the soldier's pain, emotion, senses, in other words, the essence of his being. The skyrocketing demands of the war economy have fueled the demand for more soldiers and more fighting. This in turn led to the development of technologies to rapidly improve their combat abilities and control their actions. The system ensures a steady supply of battle-optimized soldiers at a minimum of cost. But you, of all people, must understand, Snake, that unlike combat technique, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They must be earned through experience.
Does this have something to do with that test of yours?
The goal was to release the soldiers' nanomachines from the system, but we didn't know about the mental control.
And the nanomachines went berserk?
No. Our test was a success. At least confirmed our hypothesis at the time. Just as we predicted, the nanomachine stopped functioning, and the PMC soldiers were freed from the grips of the system. But the moment the system stopped, all the pain and fury and sorrow, all the trauma and stress, all the hatred, regret, guilt, all the sensations that had been suppressed were unleashed within their hearts. Their memories, unlike their senses, weren't erased. Each enemy soldier they'd killed, each lost comrade, each threat of violence against the innocent, every act of war they'd committed was etched firmly in their hearts. In suppressing the user's mind, the nanomachines exact a heavy burden on his heart. The user's body rejects the nanomachines. This reaction must then be suppressed with drugs. Before the user knows it, his mind is in complete shambles. Snake. Remember Frank?
Frank Yeager. Gray Fox.
They twisted his body for their experiments and nullified his broken heart with nanomachines. SOP has taken it even further and applied it to living human beings. The sins of war these soldiers carried inside them returned to assault them in the form of unimaginable shell shock. The meaning in the system may have changed, but the battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down.
So there's the scene that we were talking about before. We think we brought it up a couple of times throughout the playthrough. Again, just Kojima using SOP as a metaphor for the industry, for the series, for MGS4 itself. There's the very overt example of that. Notice how underneath MGS4, it says under construction. And you can see a game under that as well. Under construction. Kind of like, you know, how he feels about the series and where it might be heading after 4. Just kind of like the series is going to be on this conveyor belt. Just going to be made for profit. Sort of mourning the fact that he thinks it'll just lose its soul, I guess. It's interesting. It really reminds me of the trailers that we were watching the other day as well, where you got that a lot in those trailers, where at the end, where it announced itself as MGS4, it would go like 3, 4, 5, 6, and then back to 4. It had that really weird thing at the end of each trailer where it would just go through all these different MGS games and go up to 5 and 6 and then come back to 4. And they even did it with the release date, where it was like MGS4 coming out in 2007, 8. No, let's cross out the 8. It's coming out in 2007. Really kind of weird. Makes me wonder if it's supposed to tie in with this whole theme.
Ordinarily, our hearts are hardened through experience. Even the most grizzled veterans live with an inescapable guilt they've had to overcome bit by bit through the years. And even then, it never truly goes away. For a mind lacking that essential experience, it was simply too much to bear.
But what about me? I've never been under the system's control.
That's why I want to examine your body. You need to know too. All right, Snake. Undress. Snake, what's gotten into you? Hurry up.
right? Let's just get this over with.
Yes. Of course. I'm sorry. Snake, do you remember what I told you in my video mail about the first generation of nanomachines?
The ones you stuck me with at Moses.
Yes. The nanomachines are recharged by your body heat. They won't stop functioning until they're all extracted. Or until you do. Most of them were lost through bleeding and excretion, but around 30% still remain inside your body, attached to your cells. Not finished yet. The first generation were never ID registered, so they don't react in the same way as the SOP nanomachines. Ready? But they may be interfering with your body, and with your heart.
So, does the aging have something to do with Fox die too?
No. Your telomeres were intentionally set up to be short, regardless of the age of the original. One of the genes that inhibit reproduction and aging, the Clotho gene, was intentionally mutated as well. But more importantly, your chromosomes, like liquids, were provided with terminator genes to prevent them from making copies.
Why?
Your clones created for one purpose: war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease or faulty research or Fox die. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
All right, looks like we'll have to go back and do some Act 2 podcasts later on. We have this save for the beginning of Act 2 anyway, so we can do that easily enough. We'll save on a new file and yeah, we'll do that later.
The truth, Naomi. How long is my body gonna hold out?
Your cells, blood, organs, nerves, skeletal system, muscle tissue. Every part of your body is aging rapidly. An ordinary man wouldn't even be standing by now. Snake, the only thing keeping you together is the strength of your will.
How long do I have?
Half a year. Don't. Snake. There's something I have to tell you.
Now what?
You and I both know your body is approaching its limit. But when I said half a year, I wasn't talking about your lifespan.
What do you mean?
We can't get rid of the Fox dye in your body completely. At this point, it's circulating within you like a normal virus.
Yeah, so?
Listen to me. Fox dye only kills its victims when the infected person's genetic code fully matches the genetic sequence programmed into the virus's receptors. In other words, it only attacks targets with specific genes.
I know. That's what killed the AT president. And Liquid.
Yes. And at the same time, it's set up to protect those not designated as targets from the virus's harmful effects. Here. I'll show you. The receptors on the fox dye inside your body are breaking down. The rapid aging process is changing the environment within your body. As a result, the virus is starting to mutate. The viruses on the left are fox dye in its original form. The ones on the right I took from your body. They're already mutated. The receptors, they're wearing down.
Meaning?
This mutated version of fox dye could activate even if the infected person's genetic pattern doesn't perfectly match the receptors. Which means the virus is becoming indiscriminate about what type of target it kills. Ever since Shadow Moses, fox dye has been breeding continuously in the nanomachine colony inside your body and dispersing into the air. But there are no more targets to attack, so there haven't been any more outbreaks. However, if the receptors continue to wear down, it'll become a killer virus that attacks untold numbers of victims.
What if we kill them all? Remove them from the body?
There are no antibodies either. I don't know what percentage of the receptors have to break down, or how many people will be targeted when that happens. But what is certain is that people will begin to catch fox dye through airborne transmission. It'll start with those closest to you. Then, one by one, they'll lose their lives. The part of the virus that distinguishes between individuals will start to break down in about...
half a year.
No. 3 months at the most.
3 months?
Ironic, isn't it? You've spent your entire life saving the world from Metal Gear, from nuclear annihilation. And now, you're becoming a doomsday device yourself. I can't predict exactly how devastating the epidemic will be. Whether just 1% of the human race could unlock the broken receptors, or whether we all can. In either case, 3 months from now, you'll be a walking biological weapon. If it were up to me, you'd be quarantined already.
It's not over yet.
I know.
I do like this little moment. It's not over yet being the typical villain line for the series. And now Snake is taking the role of the villain here, that he's the weapon, he's the enemy. And then he says the line. I think that's a cool touch. But yes, I also agree with whoever said this. Man, it's so lame hearing ironic, isn't it, in fiction constantly. They do it several times throughout the MGS series, and I always hate when they do it. It's just like, fucking, just, you know, it's there in the subtext. Why bring it up to the text, Kojima? Just fucking leave it. There's no need to inform us how ironic it is. He does it several times, though, but that's, you know, that's typical Kojima.
You still have a job to do. You have 3 months. Still enough time to think once all of this is done with.
And if I choose death first, will that stop fox dye from spreading?
When the host dies, the virus dies with it. Snake, tell me one more thing. Have you been to a hospital lately?
Yeah.
While you were there, did they give you an injection?
Don't they always?
Take a look at this. These came out of your body as well. It's a new strain of fox dye, one I've never seen. Someone must have put them in you recently. Do you have any idea who?
Him.
The new fox dye strain is starting to multiply rapidly.
What's in it?
I can't say for sure. I'll need to do some more tests. Here, take this. It contains the same substance the soldiers' nanomachines secrete inside their bodies. It's a drug that inhibits the nanomachine's ability to regulate the senses. The nanomachines inside the body malfunction when the system interferes with them. It triggers a reaction in the body, which is why you're having the seizures. Give yourself a shot whenever they get bad. It's potent, so use it sparingly, unless you want to end up an invalid. It may restore your psyche for a short while, but use it too often and the amount restored will start to decrease. I've been a fool. I let myself drown in my nanomachines, and now I'm trapped by them.
You said yourself we mustn't allow ourselves to be chained to fate.
I can't slip free.
Then I'll free us both. Where's Liquid?
I can't tell you yet. Not until you free me.
Do we know?
Liquid left here last night.
Where was he headed?
Those are my terms. I can't leave this place of my own will.
What are you talking about?
I'm being watched. Liquid has altered his plan. Removing the system will only cause his army to collapse from within. So he's chosen to seize control instead. Liquid's objective is to hijack the SOP system. He'll use it to create the ultimate army of perfect soldiers and launch his insurrection against the Patriots. There's a name for his new plan. He calls it Guns of the Patriots.
Guns of the Patriots.
This place isn't safe. Come with us. This way.
Come on! Laugh when you can! There's no escape from here! Laugh yourself to death!
All right.
You're
Let
surrounded,
me just
Snake.
check my
You'll have
Streamlabs
to
here.
break through to go after Naomi.
Shut up, Otacon. Goldmeister, thank you very much for the 2 months. Sneaky Wolfie, thank you very much for the 35 months. And I think I'm up to date. Lexi, I just see your gifted sub here. I don't think I thanked you for that. But maybe I did. If I didn't, thank you again. Xernus with the 3. Cheers, guys. Okay. We're on hard difficulty at the moment. I wonder how this fight changes on lower difficulties. If it does much. I can't really remember. We'll see if we can go for the barrel strat. Nice. Just about timed it there. Round 2. Nice. The triple. Beautiful. Give me all those grabbing points. That is satisfying. Easy now with that language. Dim, what were you saying about the flowers that you can see that they're mirrored and withered and stuff, how the flowers are different from room to room? Or that they're all growing properly on this side, but on the other side they're all withered? I don't think I ever noticed that. Obviously the whole blue rose thing is interesting. How Snake compares himself to a blue rose at the end of the game. I wonder if Kojima got this from Twin Peaks. Not sure if any of you watched Twin Peaks, but the blue rose is a big symbol in that series. For a similar reason, you know, to symbolize something that shouldn't exist. Something artificial, constructed, something that doesn't exist naturally. I saw a screenshot where one pot had dead flowers and a grim painting on the other. It's not the case right now, after the fight. Okay, we'll take a look. Maybe during the beauty phase, something changes. But yeah, I know Kojima's a big Lynch fan, a big Twin Peaks fan, so I wonder if that's where he got it from. Although I'm sure lots of other fiction has used a blue rose as a symbol. Did Kojima make the P90 cool? Was the P90 a cool weapon before MGS2? I don't know. I feel like Solidus really owns that P90, you know? P90 was cool since GoldenEye. Stargate. Stargate made it cool. I haven't watched Stargate.
Just you try and find me.
For me, it's Solidus. In my world, it's Solidus who made the P90 cool.
I'm over here.
Come on, the way he flips it around before he kills Olga in slow-mo. Stargate didn't do anything that cool with the P90, did it? Where the fuck did you go, man? I thought you were here.
Just you try and find me.
What the fuck? Oh, she is up there. Okay, I could have sworn I saw her standing here.
I'm over here.
Hold on, one sec, guys. I think that's my favorite action scene in Metal Gear. Solidus killing Olga and fucking up those rays. So good every time I see it. Ooh, wow, it can get really close to you. Stupid machines. Just the sound design, the twitching heads of the rays, Solidus losing his shit. Just the whole surreal vibe of that scene. The metallic collar, the little animation with the collar when he says, "Damn the Patriots." Yeah. I just love everything about all that. That whole scene. I like how the scene depicts Solidus as like a complete psycho, but also as someone who's kind of heroic at the same time. You know, like the way he toys with Olga and just disposes of her like fucking garbage. But you're playing as Raiden, who doesn't really, you know, this guy without any identity, who doesn't believe in anything. even if Solidus is kind of insane, you kind of have to look up to him during that scene in a way, which I think is an achievement. You know, he is kind of heroic in some twisted way. I mean, I guess it depends on your outlook.
Snake,
Depends on how you see it. I guess it doesn't take much to look like a hero who believes in something when compared to Wright.
Otacon, what's wrong? Why are you calling me over there?
Huh? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything.
It was you.
I'm telling you, I didn't call you. This is no time for jokes. You're supposed to be fighting Octopus. Come on.
Hey, Otacon.
I love the pause before he says, hey. It's like he's not even really... He can't register what he's saying.
Here, this way.
What? That doesn't compute.
This way, Snake. Not very smart, are we?
Otacon, what the hell were you thinking sending me over there?
Hold on a minute. I didn't tell you to go anywhere.
Thanks a lot. I just got nailed by a trap. Are you trying to get me killed?
Now, wait a second, Snake.
There's definitely something going on here. Doesn't that Mark II look a little big? We might have to check to see if we have our own Mark II in a second. Do I still have control over my own Mark II? Yeah, it's there in the menu, but I don't know.
This way, Snake. Oh, you should have been more careful. Something's fishy here. Someone keeps calling you, but it's not me.
Octopus.
Think about what she can do.
It's a fake.
It sure is possible. Watch out, Snake.
Possible. Possible, but not a certainty. I don't know. What if it is Otacon? You know?
Here, this way.
It could still be Otacon. You know, I don't want to kill my friend.
This way, Snake.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, you should have been more careful. Snake, you've got to be more careful. Those are traps laid by Octopus. Use your head, man.
I'd love to know if there is a single player who managed to come across this naturally, you know? Someone who did run into the traps 3 times in a row and called Otacon, and, you know, they were genuinely confused about what to do. There's no way anyone got to that codec call naturally without knowing.
Over here.
Without knowing what the deal actually was.
Here, this way.
I'd pay to see that. You know, someone stumbling on that call. Oh, so it is a fake after the 3rd call. I think the call just repeats itself after that. That's the last one we can get. Rose, do you want to give me your expert psychoanalysis?
That beast seems to laugh at everything.
At this point, no matter what you...
Suck my dick. Sorry, guys. Well, we don't get to hear her expert psychoanalysis. Sorry. But, it was shit. So you didn't really miss much. If we missed those Otacon calls, I would have been pretty pissed off.
Snake. Naomi? But why?
Snake.
It's another mimic! Watch out, Snake!
That was just for you, Naomi. Ooh. This attack is pretty lethal on extreme. It takes away an entire health bar.
I am an octopus. An 8-legged beast. These tentacles are beyond my control. Their will is the will of the battlefield. Funny. So funny. It's all so funny. No. It's not funny.
Nothing is funny. I shouldn't be laughing. I can't. The truth is, I'm not laughing. Not laughing at all. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm scared.
Make up your fucking mind.
I'm really scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry I laughed. I'm sorry. I won't laugh anymore. I can't. I don't want to.
Snake, she's shed her suit. Who knows what she'll throw at you next?
All right.
Watch out!
I'm not really in the mood for sexy time right now. We might do it with one of the beauties later on in the playthrough. Fuck, I don't even have the Nagant. Alright, we'll just kill her normally. Oh, wow.
Yo, Snake, looking good today.
Drebin, what do you want?
That's cold, man. And here I was about to tell my very best customer about face camo.
Face camo?
That camo skull cap you just picked up from Tentacle's shell. It utilizes the same kind of technology as your octo camo suit. Using the two together can get you even better results. I'd hang on to it if I was you.
Doesn't fit. It's not my size or shape.
Yeah, looks like it could use a bit of tailoring before you can sport it. Not my line of work, but... Ain't you got a buddy who specializes in that kind of thing?
Somebody's done their homework.
Hey, it's my job.
Is that the real reason you injected me with those nanomachines? To spy on me?
I prefer the term customer data management myself.
Drebin.
Relax. It's strictly confidential. I ain't gonna share it with anybody.
Then what did you mix a virus in with the nanomachines for?
Virus?
A certain virus was detected in my body. Are you saying it wasn't in the nanomachines you injected?
Look, you do know there are other folks who could have done this to you. And besides, what would I gain from infecting you? Better for me that you're out there kicking ass on the battlefield. I was watching you, Snake. You're a real piece of work. Never thought I'd meet the man who could take down Laughing Octopus single-handedly. She just kept on laughing. Now why do you suppose that is?
Something in her past.
You got it. She's from a village in Scandinavia. Little seaside hamlet known to all the locals as the Devil's Village. Place wasn't known for devils, though. It was known for octopus. See, this was one of the few places in Europe where they ate octopus customarily. Anyway, there's this cult of crazies who for some reason hate the village with a passion. Then, when she was just a teenager, things get bad. These nutcases get their hands on some weapons and attack the village. Overnight, her sleepy little fishing town becomes a war zone. They round up all the villagers and execute them one by one. Except for that girl. They had something else planned for her. Something a whole lot worse than dying. Calling her the Devil's Child, they forced her to do the kind of thing you'd expect from one of Lucifer's own. After they made her torture her family and friends, they made her kill them. The whole time they were forcing her to laugh, howl like some sort of demon. Like she was enjoying it. What was she gonna do? Say no? They'd kill her too. So she let fear take control and did exactly as they told her. She butchered the bodies of the ones she loved and laughed while she did it. And as she bathed in their blood, it gradually turned from deep red to jet black. To her, it looked like the ink of an octopus. The experience scarred her deep. Ever since then, she hasn't stopped laughing. Only, that ain't really laughter.
Why are you telling me this? You expect me to feel sorry for her?
Nah. I know you got no room for that stuff in your world. And besides, this is war. Right? In a way, though, I guess it was the right thing to do.
What was?
Fighting you cleansed her mind. All right, enough chit-chat. There's other beasts out there in them woods. Watch your back.
Snake, have you lost sight of the target? Whenever something moves, it leaves a trail behind. Track and find Naomi's trail.
I'm not like Big Boss. Tracking isn't my strongest suit. When did you get so good at it?
After saving Sonny, I drifted around the globe. In Alaska, a tribal elder taught me some scouting techniques.
Drifted? You never went back to see Rose?
Rose? She doesn't exist. No. Rose and I live in different worlds, different times. Her world has no place for someone like me. My place is here on the battlefield.
Huh.
Listen, Snake. Scouting is based on the principles of hunting. There are two fundamentals: awareness and tracking.
Awareness?
Awareness refers to locating a trail by paying careful attention to your surroundings. Tracking means to follow that trail. Your target's trail could be footprints, a branch they broke along the way, bent grass trampled underfoot. You need to feel for clues using all your senses: sound, smell, touch, the direction of the wind. Watch how the animals move. Listen for unusual bird calls. These are signs that someone may be disrupting the environment nearby.
You sound like a ninja.
Exactly. Ninja are the ultimate scouts. If your enemy is a skilled scout, they'll be doing the same thing. You may be the hunter, but you are also the hunted. To avoid enemy detection, move slowly, little by little. Don't disturb the air around you. Try to make as little noise as possible. Your pursuers will be doing the same, trying to sneak up on you without a sound. If you can't pick up the trail with your naked eye, switch the solid eye to infrared mode. That will enable you to see Naomi's footprints and any enemies lying in ambush.
Switch the solid eye to infrared. Got it.
But the sound it makes while engaged could end up giving your position away. So don't leave it on for too long.
All right.
Listen to your heart. Trust your senses as much as you can. And you will find Naomi's trail.
I'll give it a shot.
Snake, follow Naomi's trail and find out where they took her. What?
Can you hear me now? What's up? Yeah, sure, Dim. I forgot to look around. I know I said I was going to look around the building during the beauty sequence, but I completely forgot about it. Yeah. Hold on, one sec, guys. Let me thank some people here before we continue. Snipers, thank you for gifting a sub to Jimmy Bullsack. Gorlab, thank you for gifting a sub to... Actually, no, you didn't gift a sub to anyone. You resubbed. Thank you for the 6 months. Silent Winter, thank you very much for the 2 months. And I think that's everyone. Cheers, guys. So before we do anything, let's head back. I find Raiden's dialogue there to be pretty interesting. Just his choice of words, you know? We live in different worlds. Different times. She doesn't exist. You know, that was one of the big questions at the end of MGS2. Does Rose exist? The nature of the whole situation. What was real, what wasn't, you know? We live in different worlds. Rose doesn't exist. It really feels like it's playing off of MGS2's ending in a pretty big way. It's the first time he's asked about Rose, you know, and the reality of Rose was such a big question at the end of 2. So, really like just all what they do with the shadows in this, how it affects camo. Alright, let's go back. And you know, Raiden at the end of 2 accepted whatever that reality was. But now, he's doing a 180 like pretty much everyone in this game. This is where the next podcast begins. Yep. So we're doing the next one now. We did miss a couple in Act 2. We were told that the next one was right here at the end of the last podcast. But apparently there are a couple that we can do in Act 2, but those are later. So it's okay, though. We have a save at the beginning of Act 2. We can go back and do those later on.
The Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next
I'll just let
time
this
for
play
more
out.
tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
Video blog.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Whoa!
Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Did he say world-renowned there? World-renowned. There's nothing renowned about this podcast. But okay, let's keep going.
Hello everyone, welcome to the second episode of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi everyone.
And producer Kenichiro Imaizumi.
Hi. Hi, okay, this is our second episode. And just we gotta remind everyone what we're gonna do today, actually.
Okay, today we're gonna do the Mountain Trail.
Okay.
In South America. So everyone should have prepared their staves ahead of time, as we announced last time. And go ahead and load that up, and we'll guide you through this Mountain Trail stage.
Okay.
Just one note that I want to make before we begin is that, we discussed it last time. While you're doing this stage, you won't be able to have your iPod equipped while you use the Solid Eye, so you won't be able to use night vision and things like that. So what we want people to do is just unequip it, and the podcast will pause, and then later on you can resume right where you left off.
Okay.
Especially important this time is the fact that there are enemies in this stage.
Yeah.
Last time.
Not very convenient, Sean, but okay.
Just stroll through at your leisure, but this time there's actually some danger involved. So if you get spotted by an enemy, or if you get into a fight, that also works. To pause the podcast, just go ahead and switch to whatever item you want to use during battle. Finish the battle, and when things calm down, then just come back and continue.
Okay, that's cool. Anyways, we're in South America.
South America, yeah.
Sean, this is right after we defeated the
Laughing Octopus. Right. So you defeat Laughing Octopus, and then there's a cutscene after that, and Snake follows the trail out to the rear of the research lab, and you see some footprints on the floor, on the ground, I guess, and that's where we're gonna pick off.
I really like the Laughing Octopus.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, she's your type, huh?
We went to the shoot. Actually, Ken and I.
Right.
Hideo. She was quite cute.
Yeah, she was pretty.
Yeah. Personally, I think she's my favorite beauty in the game also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Really?
Not Yumi Kikuchi?
No, in person, I think, whatever, no, not to say anything like that, but,
May I call you your wife?
Okay, let's move on.
All right. Okay, everybody, are we set?
Kikuchi is probably my favorite one as well.
Just right after the event.
Looks-wise.
Okay, we gotta go find Naomi, so we're gonna have some little bit tips and fun throughout the scouting event. Anyways, Sean, let's shall we move on then?
Okay. Well, before I move a little bit, let me just point out that for those who just came in here from the cutscene, you may not know this, but you can actually backtrack and go back to the research lab. So for those who want to pick up an item, there's a Hide-chan ramen there.
Oh,
it's tasty.
It's tasty.
I didn't know that. Oh, you could go back. Well, I was so
go back.
just urged. To just go back.
It's tasty. Oh yeah, it's tasty.
But
so just just a small tip.
Okay.
But anyway, so if you want to move on, let's go ahead and equip our Solid Eye. Take a look at the footprints here.
Okay.
So go to night vision mode and look at the ground.
Okay. We're looking at the ground right now, and we see lots of footprints.
Yes, we do. And remember, we're looking for Naomi.
Yeah.
You'll notice that one of the footprints is a little different from the others.
Small feet, big
One
feet?
set. Well,
No.
not necessarily small, but do you remember what Naomi was wearing?
Yeah. She was wearing a
We don't need the night vision.
Oh, shoe. She was wearing high heels.
Right.
Yeah.
So
We
you want
can
to look
see
for
her
the high
shoe
heel
there.
footprints.
Oh, okay.
And,
Yeah, footprints is kind of separated. Like,
yeah. And it's kind of like a, smaller than the normal footprints, kind of like a little triangle. Triangular shape.
Yeah, there's one here, yeah.
Yeah. So those are the ones that you want to follow. And basically that's the gameplay, throughout this stage, is you follow these footprints and try to find Naomi. The thing that you want to be careful of, though, is...
Sean, we fucking covered this in the cutscene. We're well aware. We went over it again and again, I feel like. Yeah, we're following the fucking footprints, man. We watched the cutscene. We don't need to go over this shit again. Let's go.
On the stage, so look at the footprints and proceed, but with a little bit of
Yeah,
caution.
and
Okay. So
look at the footprints, and then we'll go. And we can stop to this, and we'll. You can eat some noodles if you want. Oh, the noodles taste pretty good. And then we'll stop, and then we'll look at the footprints. Can we fucking pick up the tempo a little bit? I mean, I guess it's fitting with the MGS4's tone in general. It's sluggish. It's, oh god, it's tired. It's desperately trying to cross the finish line. But come on, man. Jesus Christ. We've 21 more minutes here.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to follow the trail.
All right, this is just a one path. So this is quite easy right now.
Just
yeah.
one way. Until you get to like this big kind of
Okay, right. We're being serious again, right?
One path. So this is quite easy right now.
Just
yeah.
one way. Until you get to like this big kind of dead tree.
Yeah.
There's like a little like dead end to the right.
I'm just laughing at my own impression now. That impression was pretty good. We're seeing now that we're going back to it that was a pretty accurate impression of the stop-start nature of this podcast. Okay, let's go.
Tree. Yeah. There's like a little like dead end to the right. Just go ahead.
Here we go. This is what they're talking about. Dead tree.
So we're proceeding to the left.
Right.
Yeah.
The left side.
Okay.
Okay, and it kind of.
And then it opens up.
Up. Now, if you look at the ground here, you'll see that the footprints kind of vanish.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can't track.
Those sound effects they have in the background are pretty slick. The step, and then the tires.
Track.
Oh, really?
Because if you look closely, you'll see that actually some of this grass is kind of, pushed over and trampled.
Oh.
So if you ever lose footprints, just look for the trampled grass, and that'll tell you which way to go.
Oh, I see. So you don't have to use the
okay.
to see this.
Right.
Actually.
Well, yeah, the grass you can.
I don't think I ever.
I
don't think I ever thought about that during my last couple of playthroughs. I kind of forget about the trampled grass. That's cool. That's reminding me of something.
Grass, the color is a little different too.
A little different, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when you trample grass, it kind of gets a little
green and
smushed.
Yeah, kind of yellowish, brownish, kind of. Yeah. I see.
So this is a basic scouting technique.
Right.
Wow.
Okay. We come here and it kind of opens up a little at this point. You'll hear a codec coming in
Snake,
from Otacon.
The trail splits up into multiple directions. Look closely at the footprints.
You should be able to see the correct route.
Right.
You see the footprints, and you see Naomi's footprints heading off to the left.
Right.
Which is the correct route. But for now, we're going to head to the right because there's something here that I want to show you.
Sean, could you, go back to the point where we were?
Okay.
There were several paths. Okay. How many passes are there from
here?
So
you come up.
Yeah, from the grass.
There's a huge boulder in the center here.
Yeah, that's right. This huge rock, yeah.
Yeah. So the left is the correct path. The right actually leads to that dead end that we saw earlier.
Oh, I see.
It's like a little drop off.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is take the center path.
Okay, let's go to the center path. Okay.
Yeah, you'll see a single set of footprints heading in that direction.
Okay, got it.
So go ahead and follow that.
Okay, let's go there.
You'll come across some trampled grass. Maybe you'll see an item in the distance. And when you get to this bend, just kind of slow down a little bit because there is someone on the other side. And when you get there, just stop for a minute. Don't get too close.
What is he doing?
Okay, so we see someone here.
Yeah.
And what is he doing?
I hear water.
Water. Yes.
He's peeing, Ken.
Yeah, I know.
Ever since, the original Metal Gear, it's always been a tradition to have somebody peeing somewhere.
Peeing somebody,
yeah. It's very natural.
Very natural.
Very natural.
But anyways, we're taking some
That's more realism. Mumble. That's a little bit. People take pisses in real life, and You know, we want to add that realism. We want to add that to the game. You know, people take piss.
We're taking some sort of distance and just watching this guy pee, but I noticed that he's not like stopping.
Yeah, he'll just pee forever, basically.
Oh,
This
well.
is,
Yeah, he has a huge tank.
He drank way too much beer.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. The thing I want to point out is that just look at this detail and listen to that sound. You know, you can hear him. It just sounds like he's having such a wonderful time peeing. You know, like just
Yeah,
and the stream just looks so realistic. You know, and
Okay, that's
what
pretty
boggles the
good.
mind is that we actually had to make all of this.
You did the motion capture and everything?
Put all the we had to make the motions and put the effects for this water stream and sound effects. A lot of effort went.
Okay, I'm happy with this section. He really sounds like he's having a wonderful time there. I'm gonna have to say this during my next in-depth run. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna take a look at what's going on over here, and we can see there's a guy taking a piss over here, and he's having a wonderful time. It sounds like. He really does, though. He kind of creams himself here every few seconds.
You look really good.
This real PS3 stuff.
Oh yeah. Real PS3. We can do like PS.
Real PS3 stuff here.
True. Okay. So as long as we keep this distance.
Yeah, as long as you keep a distance, he'll keep on peeing for all eternity. If you go ahead and cross the bridge, he'll stop peeing, and that's just to keep people from looking at him from the front using like a sniper rifle or something like that. Something that they shouldn't be seeing.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it.
It's funny enough having a guy peeing off this cliff, but in Metal Gear Solid 4, all the collision detection is very accurate.
Yeah.
And you'll see there's a barbed wire fence in front of him. And when we first placed him here, he was just kind of peeing. We placed him in a spot that looked natural, maybe. And what happened was, the urine stream kind of hit the barbed wire fence. So he was just splashing urine all over himself. It was really disgusting. So, yeah, unfortunately, we had to adjust his position.
You didn't find that disgusting, Sean. You were turned on by that.
And then moving forward a little bit. But in any case, yeah, enough about that.
Okay.
I think we have been talking about a pee thing for 5 minutes or something.
Yeah.
But this is important, Ken. This is really important. I mean, real PS3
historical.
Historical. Metal Gear Solid.
Okay. Sean, you're gonna stick this guy out.
What are they fucking talking about there? Hold on. I have to go back. If I can. No, can I? How do I fucking rewind? Okay, maybe I can't rewind.
MGS4 Integral Podcast.
No!
Exclusive in-game.
And now, Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral. Metal Gear Solid 4. Metal Gear Solid 4.
Shut. I should be able to just hold this, right? To fast forward. Center button and scroll. Oh, okay. Hold on. Go back. Podcast.
Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo.
How do I fast forward in this? No. I rotate. I can't fast forward. Oh! DRK, I wish you said something before I tried to do it. Oh, no!
World-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Fuck!
Hello, everyone.
Can
Welcome
I?
to the second episode of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Kenny.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Broadcasted from Konami HQ. Broadcasted.
Metal Gear Solid 4. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo. It's the world-renowned
Jesus
Metal Gear
fucking
Solid 4
Christ.
Integral Podcast.
Okay, well, we learned our lesson. Let's just get over it. We'll have to listen to them talk about piss for another 10 minutes.
Hi, everyone. And producer Kenichiro Imaizumi.
Hi. Okay, this is our second episode, and just we gotta remind everyone what we're gonna do today. Actually.
Okay, today we're going to do the mountain trail.
Okay.
In South America. So everyone should have prepared their staves ahead of time, as we announced last time. And go ahead and load that up, and we'll guide you through this mountain trail stage.
Okay.
Just one note that I want to make before we begin is that, we discussed it last time. While you're doing this stage, you won't be able to have your iPod while you use the solid eye. You won't be able to use night vision. And things like that. So what we want people to do is just unequip it, and the podcast will pause, and then later on you can resume right where you left off.
Okay.
Especially important
okay.
this time is the fact that there are enemies. In
Right,
this
well,
field.
we learned our lesson. We're never going to try and rewind or fast forward ever again. I just really wanted to hear what they said about, when they just kept going on about the piss. It was really mumbly, and I didn't know what they were talking about. I really wanted to hear it again. Guys, I'm going to go and grab a beer, I think, while you listen to a couple of minutes of this. Because I'm going to need it if I want to suffer through the start of this again, the first 10 minutes.
There's actually some danger involved.
Be right back.
So if you get spotted by an enemy, or you get into a fight, that also works. To pause the podcast, just go ahead and.
I am having a good time. I'm just not.
Finish the battle.
In,
when things calm
I don't
down,
like the fact that we have
come
to
back.
listen to all this again.
Okay, that's cool. Anyways, we're in South America.
South America, yeah.
Sean, this is right after we defeated the
Laughing Octopus.
Laughing
Right.
Octopus.
So you defeat Laughing Octopus, and then there's a cutscene after that, and Snake follows the trail out to the rear of the research lab, and you see some footprints on the floor, on the ground, I guess, and that's where we're gonna pick off.
I really like the Laughing Octopus. Beauty.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, she's your type, huh?
We went to the shoot. Actually, Ken and I.
Right.
Video. She was quite cute.
Yeah, she was pretty.
Yeah.
Personally, I think she's my favorite beauty in the game. Also.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Really?
Not Yumi Kikuchi?
No, in person, I think whatever. No, not to say anything like that, but
Can I call you a wife?
Okay, let's move on.
All right. Okay, everybody, are we set? We're at the starting position, just right after the event, and okay, we gotta go find Naomi. So we're gonna have some little bit tips and fun throughout the scouting event. Anyways, Sean, let's shall we move on then?
Okay. Well, before I move a little bit, let me just point out that for those who just came in here from the cutscene, you may not know this, but you can actually backtrack and go back to the research lab. So for those who want to pick up an item, there's a Hide-chan ramen there.
Oh,
it's tasty.
It's tasty.
I didn't know that. Oh, you could go back. Well, I was so
Can't go back.
just urged to just go find Naomi and things like that. But
So
anyways.
just a small tip.
Okay.
But anyway, so if you want to move on, let's go ahead and equip our solid eye. Take a look at the footprints here.
Okay.
So go to night vision mode and look at the ground.
Okay. We're looking at the ground right now, and we see lots of footprints.
Yes, we do. And remember, we're looking for Naomi.
Yeah.
You'll notice that one of the footprints is a little different from the others.
Small feet, big
One
feet.
set. Well,
No.
not necessarily small, but do you remember what Naomi was wearing?
Yeah.
She was wearing a white shoe. She was wearing a high heels.
Right.
Yeah.
So you want to look for the high heel footprints.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, footprints is kind of separated. Like,
Yeah. And it's kind of like a, smaller than the normal footprints, kind of like a little triangle. Triangular shape.
Yeah, there's one here, yeah.
Yeah. So those are the ones that you want to follow. And basically that's the gameplay, throughout this stage, is you follow these footprints and try to find Naomi. The thing that you want to be careful of, though, is if you get too carried away looking at these footprints, you may get ambushed by the enemy because there are guards posted around the stage. So look at the footprints and proceed, but with a little bit of caution.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to follow the trail.
All right. This is just a one path. So this is quite easy right now.
Just
yeah.
one way. Until you get to like this big kind of dead tree.
Yeah.
There's like a little like dead end to the right. Just go ahead and pass that.
To the left, right? So we're proceeding to the left.
Right.
Yeah.
The left side.
Okay.
Okay, and it kind of.
And then it opens up.
Up. Now, if you look at the ground here, you'll see that the footprints kind of vanish.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you can't track.
Oh, really?
Because if you look closely, you'll see that actually some of this grass is kind of pushed over and trampled.
Oh.
So if you ever lose footprints, just look for the trampled grass, and that'll tell you which way to go.
Oh, I see. So you don't have to use the night vision to see this.
Right.
Actually.
Well, yeah, the grass you can see with your naked eye. So, that's
and the normal grass, the color is a little different too.
a little different. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when you trample grass, it kind of gets a little
green and
smushed.
Yeah, kind of yellowish, brownish, kind of. Yeah. I see.
So this is a basic scouting technique.
Right.
Wow.
Okay. We come here, and it kind of opens opens up a little at this point. You'll hear a codec coming in from Otacon. So if you look at the footprints here, you should be able to see the correct route.
Right.
You see the footprints, and you see Naomi's footprints heading off to the left.
Right.
Which is the correct route. But for now, we're gonna head to the right because there's something here that I want to show you.
Sean, could you go back to the point where we were?
Okay.
There were several paths. Okay. How many paths are there?
Okay, so you come up.
Yeah, from the grass.
There's a huge boulder in the center here.
Yeah, that's right. This huge rock. Yeah.
Yeah. So the left is the correct path. The right actually leads to that dead end that we saw earlier.
Oh, I see.
It's like a little drop off.
Yeah.
So what you want to do is take the center path.
Okay, let's go to the center path. Okay.
Yeah, you'll see a single set of footprints heading in that direction.
Okay, got it.
So go ahead and follow that.
Okay, let's go there.
You'll come across some trampled grass. Maybe you'll see an item in the distance. And when you get to this bend, just kind of slow down a little bit because there is someone on the other side. And when you get there, just stop for a minute. Don't get too close.
What is he doing?
Okay, so we see someone here.
Yeah.
And what is he doing?
I hear water.
Water. Yes.
He's peeing, Ken.
Yeah, I know.
Ever since the original Metal Gear, it's always been a tradition to have somebody peeing somewhere.
Peeing somebody, yeah.
Right.
Why is it?
Yeah.
It's very natural.
Very natural.
Just
in this game.
Add more realism.
But anyways, we're taking some sort of distance and just watching this guy pee. But I noticed that he's not stopping.
Yeah, he'll just pee forever, basically.
Well, yeah, he has a huge tank.
He drank way too much beer.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. The thing I want to point out is that just look at this detail and listen to that sound. You can hear him. It just sounds like he's having such a wonderful time peeing.
I fucking muted my mic by mistake again.
Yeah, and the stream just looks so realistic.
That time it was really bad. I've been talking for the last 5 fucking minutes, responding to Van and his stupid ass comments in chat.
And put the effects for this water stream and sound effects and. Wow. A lot of effort went into making this guy.
I'm kind of half really joking there. Van wasn't really being too stupid in chat.
Yeah. Real PS3. We can do like PSP.
Okay, it's okay though. It's okay. We're almost. I didn't miss anything. We're almost back to where we were in the podcast. Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. Hold on. Was there something that I wanted to respond to again? I can't remember. Okay, let's continue.
True. Okay. So as long as we keep this distance.
Yeah, as long as you keep a distance, he'll keep on peeing for all eternity. If you go ahead and cross the bridge, he'll stop peeing, and that's just to keep people from looking at him.
Maybe I'll get to hear what I missed last time, what I wanted to hear.
Seeing something that they shouldn't be seeing.
Oh,
yeah.
I get it.
It's funny enough having a guy peeing off this cliff, but in Metal Gear Solid 4, all the collision detection is very accurate.
Yeah.
And you'll see.
I love when Dog does the whole I muted myself bit. Yeah, you like that? That's a good gag.
In front of him. And when we first placed him here, he was just kind of peeing. We placed him in a spot that looked natural, maybe. And what happened was, the urine stream kind of hit the barbed wire fence. So he was just splashing urine all over himself. It was really disgusting. So, yeah, unfortunately, we had to adjust his position and move him forward a little bit. But in any case, yeah, enough about that.
Okay.
I think we have been talking about a pee thing for 5 minutes or something.
Yeah.
But this is important, Ken. This is really important. I mean, real PS3
historical.
Stuff. Yeah.
P, Metal Gear Solid.
Okay, now Sean.
What are they saying there?
With an MK2, right?
So go ahead and equip your MK2 and put this guy to sleep.
That was what I wanted to hear last time, and I still don't know what they said there.
Is some really tasty items.
Yeah.
Of course, he's holding an M60E4. Cool. But more importantly, the item he was next to is a 4-grip B.
Oh. Yes.
And this is a very useful item.
Very, very useful.
So people should not just dash off and follow Naomi, but see this P guy.
Exactly. As entertaining as it is, there's a purpose for coming here. That's to get that 4-grip P. It really stabilizes your machine guns, reduces recoil. Very useful.
So now you.
Thank you so much, Sean. There's no way I could have figured that out before this point in the game. There's no way the majority of players haven't figured this out before this point. Okay.
So now I'm going to backtrack. So just go ahead and go back the way you came.
M60 is really good though.
Boulder.
All right, then we're gonna head the left, correct path, right? Yeah,
so you'll see some boxes off. I guess when you come in from this angle, it's to your right. and that's the correct way to go. Okay. If you're ever lost, just equip the solid eye, look down at the ground, and you'll see Naomi's footprints. So follow that, and you'll come to a bridge. Very beautiful bridge.
Yeah.
You can see this nice river here.
Oh, that was where we were actually.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
From
you look
the distance on the right.
Yeah. So if you look to the right, you can see our sleeping friend over there.
Yeah.
Let's just move on.
Okay.
You'll see some boxes at the far end of the bridge. So just sneak up to those boxes.
Sean Eyestone's demeanor is really cracking me up. I mean, obviously, it's, you know, it's not natural for him to be energetic. Still kind of funny, though.
Yeah.
Have your Mark II ready.
Oh, there he is. He's there. It's coming from the right.
And just, put him to sleep.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
Yeah. Well, this is another location
like they
where
split up
there's a
here.
lot of paths.
Yeah, so
right?
there's a lot of paths here, really easy to get lost.
There's one to the left, and the
boulder.
second, right, passing that big
Yeah.
boulder. And there's the second path from this left. And then how many more?
And then, well, there's one kind of towards the center, and there's like a branch, kind of like a gate-looking thing over it. And then there's another one here to the right.
Wow. Well, so many tracks.
So many tracks, yeah. And if you look, you'll see the correct path is actually to the right. And by the way, if you have your solid eye equipped, you can see some graffiti on these rocks.
Ryan was definitely more comfortable during the podcast. I'm not sure if he's really uncomfortable. It's just, you're just naturally going to get some awkwardness when you're doing this kind of thing, when you're trying to have conversation and do this tutorial thing. Obviously, it's a job for him as well.
It's a lot easier with the
True,
solid eye.
true. Okay. All right, now, which way do we go? Which path do we take?
Okay, so the correct path is to the right.
I don't think he's
but
bored. He's
let's
just
go
doing his
straight
job
ahead
and
to
trying to do
center
the best he
path
can.
With this kind of gate thing over it.
Yeah,
because
the wooden kind of gate on the top right. Yeah, okay.
There's something
He's
going on
probably
right now.
feeling a bit of pressure as well.
Straight on.
It's like we passed the gate and we're...
Okay, so you'll...
Shit! Chat, where do they tell me to go? I wasn't paying attention. I was focusing on the chat there. Where am I supposed to go? Where did he say we're going? Down the middle? All right, we're going to have to go back and start from the very beginning, I think. Right, okay.
Okay, so you'll come to a shack here. Don't just go running in because there is a soldier in there, and you'll alert him. So just kind of stop when you have a good view of it.
Yeah.
And if you look in front of the...
What? A shack? Okay, I know where we're going. We're way behind here. Okay.
You think that could be Naomi's?
We didn't stop to talk about any of this shit. Are you sure we're going in the right place? I think I know the shack that he's talking about. I know the soldier in the shack, and that's back down there, but... I want to go down here anyway.
If you look in front of the building, you'll see this kind of white board. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's written in Japanese.
Fucking chat. Lying to me. Again. I think we should go back to the start. Because people aren't really paying attention, it seems like. Do you think we should go back to the start just so everyone can really pay attention this time?
Board, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, it's written in Japanese, so I think a lot of people maybe had no idea what this is.
Well, yeah, this is for testing your eyesight. You have to actually say the right or the left or down where the circle is cut.
I see. So it's a circle, and the part that's missing, you have to say left or right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Because in America, we just letters on a board, and you just kind of read. They'll randomly choose letters from the top line, the second line, and you keep on going down. It gets smaller and smaller as you go down.
Well, this is the same way.
Right. I just find it kind of interesting that they use circles rather than just Japanese characters or something like that. But actually, there are some letters on here, right? Japanese characters.
Yes, the center line, so to say, reads me ta ru gi a solid do Metal Gear Solid 4.
Ooh, okay.
Metal Gear Solid 4.
So for the trivia buffs out there, there's a little hidden message here.
Yeah, it says a title in Japanese.
Right.
Cool.
And
Wait till you see, chat. During my next in-depth playthrough, I'm going to explain all of this. Everyone's going to be so impressed in chat with my vast knowledge.
Yeah, it says a title in Japanese.
Right.
Cool.
And this serves another purpose also. If you equip your night vision and look down at the ground, you'll see that actually there are a set of footprints on the ground that it looks a little bit more worn.
A little highlighted.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's actually the correct position to stand in when you look at this thing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
Right. And equip first-person view. Then you can test your eyesight. Maybe.
Oh, cool.
Test your monitor. How good is your monitor? Are you using standard resolution? 720.
I have really bad eyesight.
Or whether or not you need glasses in real life.
God, really? I can't really see from here. Okay,
Anyway.
Okay.
Just a little bit of trivia. So before we move on, let's just go ahead and take a look at this shack here. Be careful though, because there is a soldier in this building.
Inside?
Inside. So what you want to do is just kind of sneak up, don't make any sound, and sneak up to below this window. There's a doorway, and there's a window to the right of the doorway.
So Sean is right now, going to the right side of the building, right? Oh, you're going through the window?
Yeah. Okay. Did you hear that?
Yeah, he said, you never spot me.
Right. So, it's just kind of, this guy is laying a trap for you, and he's really confident in his ambush abilities. He's kind of boasting to himself there.
Never spot
All right.
me here.
But, it's just kind of to point out that, there are places like that in the game where, we have certain scripted events, and if you're really sneaky, then you can hear lines or see things that maybe you wouldn't see if you just kind of ran through. So keep an eye out for that kind of stuff.
So now we're going to go back?
All right, so let's head back to the,
Fuck
the
me.
area.
So let's go back to the...
That really felt like a headshot.
The open air.
Okay, back to business.
One more time, and we're in this open area. So make sure there's actually a soldier. So make sure you don't get spotted here.
Be careful. Just go ahead and put that guy to sleep if he's woken up. So we head off. This time you'll see a bunch of boxes. We came through earlier, and the correct route was to the right, next to these boxes. So let's just go ahead and take that route.
Okay, let's go to this correct route. Then shall we walk a little bit up this route?
Yes.
Okay, we walk to this route. So there's a lot of grasses that are, leading the way. Yeah.
Trampled grass.
Trampled grass, leading the way to the correct way. And
just kind of stop when you get to the end of that grassy area.
Okay.
Yeah. And there'll be
Okay, hold on. Pause there for a second. Hold on one sec, guys.
the end of that.
Yeah, what's that?
It's a handkerchief, right?
Ooh, it's a kind of a purple, light blue, light purple hanky. Yeah. Okay.
Purple, like a
I'm trying to explain to the people and make sure that everyone's following what we're doing as well. Okay, Ken? I mean,
so we're right in front of handkerchief.
Right in front of handkerchief. Stop right here.
And
Sean,
let's take a look around.
Anything? Because there's lots of path leading.
Yeah, there are a lot of paths here, and there's also a
Did they? Hold on, I didn't quite catch all that. Did they say much about this? This is supposed to be Naomi's scarf, isn't it? It's very similar to the design. The design that's on it is very similar to what she's wearing at the end of Act 1. But I don't think they said anything about that.
There are a lot of paths here, and there's also a sniper, so be careful.
Where's the sniper?
The sniper, if you're looking at the handkerchief, just look straight ahead. There's kind of like a
stair.
Yeah, there's like kind of like an old trail leading up.
Yeah.
And at the very top of that, there's a sniper.
Oh yeah.
Kind of looking off to the right. So be careful not to be spotted by him. In addition, you'll see a trail leading to your left. Another one going straight ahead. And another one to the right.
Okay. And where are we gonna go? We're gonna.
Okay. So first of all, let's look at this sniper and see where he's looking. And he seems to be looking to the right. If you use your solid eye, of course, you can see the path where you're supposed to go. But there's something I want to show you. So let's just follow this guy's line of sight. What is he looking at here? Of course, put him to sleep before you go there because it is in his line of sight, and he will see you.
So, what's this doing here, Naomi?
Ooh.
Let's put him to sleep.
Okay.
There
so
we go.
He's down.
And he was watching the right direction, so I want everyone to turn to that direction, which is actually just looking at the right path, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Let's head up to this right path then.
Okay, so you walk down the path a little ways, and you'll hear Otacon.
Yeah.
Calling in.
So make sure you stop when you hear Otacon calls in.
And turn right.
And turn to your right.
And you see this pink thing item, which Otacon was talking about.
Yeah, he's kind of freaking out about.
Yes. Ken, what is this? This pink item.
Are you going to make me say that? Oh, I mean, sure.
Yeah, what is this?
This is called bra.
A bra?
Yeah.
Wow.
Pink bra.
Pink bra.
Yeah.
So, Sean, okay, we're going very slowly in this track and we're like stopping, but most of the people won't probably find us.
Exactly. Well, the idea was to have this bra here, so that people coming down the path will maybe see the bra.
And kind of like stop here.
Right,
Yeah.
right. They'll get kind of excited, maybe run over there, like, oh, what is that? Check it out.
What did he say there? They'll get excited and run away? I love the amount of focus that's been put on this. As they kind of talk around it. Okay.
Oh, I see.
That was the idea. But unfortunately, the bra is a little bit hard to see. So I think a lot of people actually just kind of ran through this area and, heard Otacon freaking out, like, and, they're just kind of like, what's Otacon's problem? But he is freaking out about this bra here.
So he knew about this, yeah.
Yeah, he has very good vision. He saw the handkerchief, he sees the bra. So.
Cool.
So, this is Naomi's bra.
Yeah.
It may or may not. We're trying to make the player think that it's Naomi's bra. One of the things that was in the game originally, one of the ideas that was floating around anyway, was that enemy soldiers are leaving these pieces of clothing around to intentionally lead you on the wrong trail, and you'd follow, the trail of clothing at the end of the stage.
The real thing is, though, the real mystery here is, where did Naomi get this bra? We saw her in the previous cutscene. She wasn't wearing any bra. Was she just keeping it in her pocket? That's the real mystery.
That's a cool idea.
But for various reasons, that was cut.
Okay, let's move on then.
All right. So we go to this path, past this bra.
So let's just keep on moving ahead.
Through this.
There's some trampled grass. And be careful because there is.
So I want to say something.
Okay, Sean now kind of ducked down and he's crouching.
Right. There's you'll hear Otacon saying let's try another route because this actually isn't the correct route.
Oh, I
the
see.
correct route
So stop there.
Right.
Yeah.
Up to your left, but we're gonna stop at the end of the grass here.
Okay.
And you'll see some enemy soldier.
Make sure you stay low, crouch down, so he doesn't spot you.
Stay in the grass. And just kind of put this guy to sleep.
Okay.
Okay.
And then there's kind of like a ruined house, a brick kind of thing, and you see someone inside that.
Yeah, and he seems to be doing something there.
Yeah. Wow. He's found something, right?
Let's just put him to sleep. He's preoccupied with his business, but if he notices us, it'll be inconvenient. So let's just put him to sleep.
Okay.
All right.
And then we go. Well, where are you heading? You're heading to the right side of this building.
Right. Let's just go around to the back of the building because there is a little treat hidden behind here.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the back and stop here. to pick up an RPG.
Yep.
So there's an RPG in behind of this.
Okay, so go ahead and grab that RPG.
And then go around the house.
Yeah, just go around and, you know, there's only 2 paths leading to this house, so let's take the other path, not the one that we came from. The path leading on ahead.
Alright. So we're moving to this path that was... Where does this lead back?
First of all, I should
I
say,
quite like these sound effects. The tires.
follow the path until it opens up. And you'll see some grass off to your right. Just kind of take cover behind that grass because you'll notice that there is a soldier behind this pile of boxes.
Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 boxes here.
Yeah, so what you want to do is, you know, just kind of take this guy out because that's inconvenient. You know, if you ever see guys aiming their gun at you from behind these logs or boxes, then that's a sign that you're on the wrong trail.
Oh, I see.
Right, so...
Okay, so where are we going?
Okay, so we put that guy to sleep, and let's just move on.
Which way are we going?
Okay, there's 2 paths here, right after you put that guy to sleep. Path to your right leads down to the river.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a... straight ahead, leading forward to a path into some grass.
Yeah, to the left side, right?
Straight ahead, yeah, kind of to the left. And we're gonna take that path.
Okay, let's move on to the path. Trample grass and there's an open...
There's an open area.
Something. So let's stop at this open.
Something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me. And when I came to, I was home.
So let's stop at this open area and... Sean, what is this? We see something in the middle.
This is actually a crop circle.
Wow.
And if you step into the crop circle...
Yes.
We hear
sound.
Aki really amazed by that there. Whoa, he's never seen this before.
Yeah, you step into this...
you know, someone talking about an alien abduction. You know, fans of the series will recognize this line from Metal Gear Solid 2. Right. For those of you who don't know what he's talking about, I suggest you go and play the game because it's a lot of fun and you'll be a spoiler if we explain anything.
Yeah, true. Can you hear that again every time you go to that?
No, actually.
Just the once.
You hear it once, and the reason for that is if you listen to it all the way to the end, you actually get a little bonus. You get some driven points for that. You know, you want to make sure to listen to the end of that flashback. So be sure, you know, don't just run through onto the river because if you keep on moving ahead, you know, the audio will cut out and you won't get the driven points.
Oh, I see. So you have to kind of stay within that. Okay, then where should we go?
Okay, so the next thing is, you know, you're going to cross this river.
Bang! What is he talking about with MGS2? This fucking flashback, man. That we just listened to with the Colonel talking about the abduction. The glowing orange object. Use your head, man.
River, and continue on with the second half of the stage.
Okay.
Look at this beautiful water.
So let's stop in front of this river.
Okay.
Well, yeah, first of all, just look at this water. I mean, this is just great.
Yeah. So on the right side, we see right now we're seeing small waterfalls, and the water is coming towards us. Let's walk up, just a little bit, and then let's stop in front of this waterfall. Okay, let's stop, guys. Wow, it's beautiful. This is really, really PS3.
Just one thing that I want to point out also is that as beautiful as this water is, you should also pay attention to the sound here, because there really is a lot of stuff going on with the sound via the program. It's not just like a standard waterfall sound looping, and the volume getting louder when you get closer. There's actually a lot of subtle sounds that kind of only play when you get within a certain proximity of the waterfall. To kind of really simulate that feeling of being right there in a waterfall. So beautiful. Just kind of the details that go into making all these environments.
Nice.
Naomi's shoe prints just vanish.
So how is that graphics or like a self-managing graphics? This background graphics. And,
well,
you feel like you are in a self-managing.
Well, Ken, I have to be frank. I've never been to South America before. But all of this, the path, and also this water area, this beautiful water and falls, and the track we've been taking is really like you're in kind of this area of course, definitely not Japan, but definitely not Europe. This is really somewhere you don't want to go just by yourself.
Right. Some of the team members went to Peru.
Yeah.
And they took lots of pictures.
Yeah.
And they stayed there like a whole week or something.
This whole atmosphere was probably created because the team members went to Peru.
Right.
You can see a lot of that in one of the making ofs, which we might watch at some point during this playthrough. You can see them on all these on these tours that they took in all these various locations, and you get to see the photographs that they took, and a lot of them are like, they look exactly like what we see in the game. So yeah, we might take a look at that later on in the playthrough.
To create this background, graphics, and
They really recreated certain things like one for one from the locations that they visited.
Yeah, it was challenging to make it look really realistic. Especially, you know, if you walk around through it, you see ripples. And
Wow, this is really high standard, isn't it? I mean, you could kind of like half see it, really see it.
Yeah,
You know,
depending on the depth of the
yeah,
water,
it's really
the
cool.
color's a little different.
it's beautiful.
I'm getting really stressed here.
Okay, so what we want to do is have you
No!
just kind of, you know, climb out of the river and trigger the
Snake.
checkpoint on
The
the other
heavier
side.
someone
Here,
is, the
Autocon, and
deeper
save
the...
it.
Yeah, save
Shut
it
up.
as soon as you get up to the other side. You'll see Mountain Trail Riverside is the checkpoint. Go ahead and save it there, and in 2 weeks' time we'll resume from this point.
Okay, so it's
Oh man! Oh, they are resuming from this point. Okay, never
so
mind. My brain fucking melted there. Did I think I actually had to wait? Am I in 2008? Okay, no, we're good. We can just go straight to the next one. Okay, we're cool.
route everyone, the obvious route that everyone took.
Right.
So we'll always mention compared to that. So this is the normal way, but let's take a ride or a lap so that you won't get lost. But of course, as a podcast, you could listen to a number of times and try.
I have all the
without
podcasts.
Yeah,
I'm the
you know,
podcast
if
king.
If you don't succeed the first time, just go ahead and try again.
Well, thanks, guys, and we'll be back in 2 weeks' time to finish it'll be the latter half of this tracking stage.
Yes.
Yep.
And see you, everyone, in episode 3.
Episode 3.
All right, that's gonna wrap up this edition of the
Episode
Metal Gear
3 is
Solid
actually
4
episode 5.
Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Broadcasted from Konami HQ in downtown Tokyo, it's the world-renowned Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to episode 3 of the MGS4 Integral Podcast. I'm Sean Eystone, and I'm here with Aki Saito.
Hi, everyone.
And producer Kenichiro Imaizumi.
Hello, how are you guys?
Okay, this is our 3rd edition of the Integral Podcast. I've been holding up.
It's all right. Been busy, but surviving.
Yeah, what have you been guys up to these days? Yeah.
Time goes really fast.
I mean, come on. You've been working on some new stuffs, right,
Oh,
guys?
you want to know something?
Yeah,
new
just
stuff?
a little. What have you been doing, Ken?
Well, we have been planning next project.
Cool.
Project.
What? Project? Did I hear a S? Project? Wow. Okay. And Sean, you're quite busy as well.
Yeah. You know, a lot of pre-production, that kind of thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think all the listeners are wondering what, Kojima Productions up to these days. And yeah, I'm planning another European trip.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think maybe Spain.
Spain?
Yeah, you're coming with me, Ken.
It's my country.
Not yours, but
it's your people.
Yeah. So, we've been working.
What are they hinting at here? Peace Walker some other Kojima Productions project that was in development?
Not yours, but
It's your people.
yeah. So, you know, we've been working, now we're in February, so everyone's still hopefully keep on playing MGS4 and
Rising,
for the
Peace
people who
Walker,
have not, I'm pretty much sure they're listening to this podcast because they want to know what they missed out.
Yeah, well, and there's also a lot of people who may be playing MGO.
Yeah,
so, you know,
yeah,
they're still playing the game in some form or another.
This is really, you know, good chance to.
It's crazy how, you know, they're just straight into the next game after each game. You know, just after 4 gets released, straight onto the next project. Ever since MGS1, really, the series was just in constant development. Just crazy to be thinking of Peace Walker at this time, you know? Especially considering the status of the game and Kojima wanting to end the series, of course, again, but already into Peace Walker.
This is really, you know, good chance to really play this, you know, game, and you will find out like something like you didn't know and you didn't find, and you know, something very interesting.
Yeah, so you know, there's a lot of people who may be just playing MGO and haven't gone back to play the original game in a while, so this is a good opportunity.
All right, okay, let's go on with the show, Sean.
Okay, so we're going to lead you through this stage, and today we're going to go through the Mountain Trail Riverside stage.
This is the second part, yeah.
It's the latter part of the South American stage that we started 2 weeks ago. So if you recall, we just crossed the river, and we're tracking down Naomi, and we're going to pick up where we left off last time. And just to remind everyone, you know, there are sections in this game where we'll tell you to use, say, an item like the solid eye.
Yeah.
Just remember that you can't have the solid eye and iPod equipped at the same time. So just go ahead and switch it out. The iPod podcast will pause, and when you come back, you can just pick up.
Right, Mr. Man. Yeah, Rising would be the other thing, I think, like Bad Humans just said.
The iPod podcast will pause, and when you come back, you can just pick up where you left off. Likewise, if you get spotted by an enemy, just go ahead and do the same thing and pick up where you left off once the situation calms down.
If you put back your iPod back.
Kojima selling off MGS series to Konami was like Lucas selling to Disney. Ninja, I hate to break it to you, but Kojima was working for Konami throughout the entirety of the series. Konami always owned Metal Gear. Kojima never sold Metal Gear to anyone. Konami owned Metal Gear from day one. It never belonged to Kojima.
Where you left off.
Right, yeah, the
So,
iPod
okay.
has that feature, so.
Okay. Sean, let's start the latter half of this tracking.
All right, everyone, so load your game, and you should be right around
Rescue, thank you for the 5 months.
Okay, so the first thing that we want to do is head up here and look at the other side, you know, the opposite bank of the river, first of all, because we want to get our bearings right. So go ahead and put your solid eye on in night vision mode. Take a look at the ground, and let's see if we can find Naomi's footprints.
Yeah, I don't see this.
I'm not doing this, Sean. You just tell me where to go.
They kind of vanish on the other side of the stream here. But you can't use your old tactic anymore, right?
Right.
But there is something that you can do.
Right.
You know, this requires a little bit of puzzle solving on the part of the player. You know, you don't see the high heel footprints anymore.
Did he get any dollars when he broke off from Phantom Pain? From what I understand, Kojima never got royalties for the games or anything like that. He was a salary man, as they're known in Japan. Now, he was on a salary, but a pretty high salary, I would say. He worked him. He was one of the vice presidents of the company when Peace Walker was being made. So you know, he rose up through the ranks as you'd expect, I guess, with Metal Gear being one of their most profitable IPs. But yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Kojima was a Konami vice president at around 2010.
If you look very closely, you'll see that some of these footprints are a bit heavier than others.
Oh, meaning someone really stomped hard.
Right. You know, just really trudging through.
Yeah.
With a lot of weight, which, you know, you can deduce means.
He's a fat guy.
Yeah.
fat and heavy, macho guy.
No, of course not. So, of course, someone's carrying Naomi, right?
I
So,
see.
you know, the idea being they came into the river, you know, they carried Naomi across and brought her up on the other side, you know, possibly to keep her from getting wet, possibly just to trick Snake.
Okay, let's walk along. Follow this heavy footprints. You see there's a separation of paths to right and to the left. Okay, so let's take a left path. And we're gonna walk up to the place where...
So we'll get some grass. Go ahead and go through the grass.
So this grass technique still works, right?
Yeah, the grass technique works. Okay, so you come to this kind of wide open area.
Yeah.
So if you look right, you'll see, especially if you have the solid eye, there is a Haven Trooper laying in wait. And this is a good time to switch off your solid eye, actually, because these troopers have actually had a lot of training. And, you know, Haven Troopers can detect your solid eye if you have it on. So put that Haven Trooper to sleep. Okay.
Okay, Sean, where do we head next? We took her to sleep.
Right, and then what we want to do is take the path that's next to that one.
Oh,
to
the
left.
one, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
so let's take the left path.
Let's go walk up ahead.
Some rocks and
I'm not sure if I'm taking the right path. I think I am. I know there should be a frog up here. I think this is where they told me to go. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. I'm surprised they're not telling me to go the other way though, where we can see the radio. But okay.
The enemy?
Something.
Yeah. So we're gonna crouch down. Make sure you stop.
Right, you hear kind of, you know, Naomi calling for help.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
Oh.
Get out and you'll see some.
Okay, they did tell me to go in this other direction. I could have sworn they told me to go down there. Okay. We'll go up here. Or maybe they wanted me to approach this from the other side, but I don't think so.
A Haven Trooper waiting to ambush you here. Up on the cliff to your right.
Okay.
So kind of crawl up to the edge of the shack. Look up to your right. And take out the Haven Trooper.
Oh, you see the Haven Trooper right, kind of like next to the rock on top of this cliff, right?
Yeah, kind of a boulder at the top of the cliff, just kind of between there. Kind of hard to see because she's in the grass.
I see.
Just go ahead and put her to sleep. Okay.
And then now, what are we gonna do with this location?
Okay, so now let's go ahead and head into this shack.
Inside, yeah.
You can hear
Naomi
calling for help. Yeah. We turn the corner.
Right, Mr. Man. The gaming portion of Konami was a pretty small portion of Konami as a whole. Yeah, he was definitely... When you hear Vice President, you might think that he was a lot higher than he actually was. But yeah, even still... still rising pretty high.
We hear her voice kind of, you know, repeating itself and sounding a little odd, and the real identity is revealed to be this radio here.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
What's so special about this?
Shoot the radio. You know, take out your aggression, because there's actually a cool little feature here.
Okay.
When you shoot it.
Save me. Save me. Save me. Save me. Save me.
Yeah.
This is Naomi.
There's some really cool sound processing going on here. It's when you shoot it, you know, the tone kind of falls and slows down and eventually stops. You know, originally this wasn't going to be in here because it's you know, kind of hard to do, and we had a really tight schedule. Yeah. Everybody was pulling all-nighters in the office, and you know, we're like, oh, we want to do this with a radio, and you know, people were just like, no.
I don't think there has ever been any real in-depth details regarding Kojima leaving Konami, what went down, or any possible agreements. Yeah, nobody really knows what happened for sure. You can... I personally, I think the main reason was that the times changed, basically. When Kojima got fired, the company around that same time released statements saying that they were getting out of AAA games. They were focusing on gambling, games as a service, mobile games, microtransactions, pachinko machines. That statement just so happened to coincide with all that stuff regarding Kojima. Another guy, what's his name? Hideki Hayakawa was also like rising through the company, and he was like responsible for how well they were doing with all their mobile games. And didn't he become president or something? The there were a lot of changes in places, you know, presidents, vice presidents. The structure of the company was changing, the philosophy of the company was changing, and no place for Hideo, as MGS4 predicted. That was the real thing. I think anyway, and I'm sure there were many arguments behind the scenes. Kojima trying to get his way with MGS5 and you know, probably trying to ask for too much. And one of the really interesting things to me is that he started work on another project towards the end of MGS5's development, Silent Hills. Silent Hills was going to be another big project that was going to take years and years to make. Right? So, and that was in like, when did PT release? During the like, it was late into MGS5's development. So he thought that he was going to be there for a few more years when he released PT, surely. Unless you buy into theories that he knew that he was going to get fired and PT was a meta commentary on the whole situation, which I think it could have been to some degree. But yeah, I think I don't really buy into that theory much, but yeah, I think it all went down in that last year, you know, after PT was released. Let's keep going.
This with the radio, and you know, people were just like, no, you know.
But yeah, we don't know for sure. We can only speculate, but I think that had to have that definitely has something to do with it. You would think, you know, it can't be a coincidence that they released that statement regarding their new vision for the company, especially with someone like Kojima, who would obviously not be on board for that vision at all. Like, there's no way Kojima was gonna stay at the company if they were getting out of all that, you know, because it completely conflicts with what he wants to do as a game designer. So yeah, I think Kojima even said in an interview fairly recently, Bad Humans, maybe you have the interview, where he said, you know, the reason he left Konami was because they wanted to turn Metal Gear into like a yearly thing, and he had different ideas. Maybe, I don't think they used the word yearly, but he made that kind of suggestion that they wanted Metal Gear to, you know, they didn't want to put that much money into the series anymore. They wanted just iterations on the same sort of thing. Which is funny, because that's what this game kind of comments on. Like within that Naomi scene where you see the PS3 screen and under construction, like the series is on a predetermined conveyor belt. That's what they wanted. But yeah. Silent Hills is owned by Konami. Konami own all of their IPs. Yeah. Silent Hill, Metal Gear, Castlevania, whatever else they have, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pro Evolution Soccer. The developers don't own any of those IPs. It's Konami owns all of them.
No, we don't have time for that. But the programmer responsible for this radio really wanted to put it in also. And so he went ahead and did it anyway, you know, when nobody really was paying attention. And, you know, one day we came in and destroyed the radio and found out that this feature was in there, and of course everyone was happy. So cool. Just a little bit of trivia. And, you know, just to point out that it's all being done via program. It's not an audio sample that's slowing down.
Oh, I see. It's program.
Right. So he actually did that via the program.
Cool.
But yeah, I really need to find that interview again, because that's another thing that's really telling. Even though Kojima didn't really go into much detail, I think it still speaks volumes. What I wish I could remember exactly what he said, but yeah, he said when he left the company, it was due to a disagreement regarding the series and where it was headed. Konami wanted one thing for the series, Kojima wanted another thing, and I'd imagine all of that ties in with their new philosophy. And maybe that'll change again sometime. You know, I really think the end of Peace Walker is kind of a meta commentary on all of that. You know, when Big Boss is talking about will the times erase us or work with us and all that. Something tells me a lot of that is Kojima, as he usually talks through his protagonists at the end of each Metal Gear game. I reckon there's a lot of Kojima in Big Boss in Peace Walker, and especially at the end. And the times did not work with them. They erased them.
So we go out of this shack.
Yeah.
And then where do we go next?
Okay, let's just head right back to where we came from.
Okay.
So go back to that wide open area.
So we're gonna take the route that we came. So from the shack, it's the right side. And of course, we won't hear Naomi anymore.
Right.
And then we're in this open area. And where should we go?
Okay, so you're gonna come to this big, wide, open area. I think ahead of you, there's gonna be a tree to your left, and kind of like a dead stump of a tree, kind of to your right.
Yeah.
So kind of, you know, go between there. I guess the easiest way to do this is go up to that dead tree that you see to your right. Look down at the ground using your solid eye, and you'll see Naomi's footprints heading to the right. So
we're gonna follow this way this time?
Right. So this time we're gonna follow Naomi's footprints.
Okay, got it. All right, let's follow Naomi's footprints and through the grasses again.
And this is probably a good time to switch off your solid eye if you have it on.
Okay. Why is that?
I don't think I should be down here, but it's okay.
Why is that?
There is another Haven Trooper.
Haven Trooper.
Trooper up ahead.
They will notice.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go slowly from here into this, you know, shadowy, dark kind of, and also bright on the left.
Stop.
Stop?
When you get to the end of this kind of narrow corridor, it's kind of a dark, shadowy area. There's like an arch up ahead of you.
Okay.
You'll see an arch to your right, and directly to your left, there's a Haven Trooper hiding behind a tree.
Yeah, he's here.
So, you know, if you'd gone the other path, of course, she would be waiting to shoot you, but since we followed Naomi's footprints, we got the jump on her. So let's go ahead and put her to sleep from behind.
There you go.
Okay.
Right, and now, you know, I think it's a good time to explain a little something that maybe some people aren't aware of regarding, you know, ways that you can get items from enemies. It's kind of more of an advanced
okay, they're going to
technique, I
explain
guess.
this.
Some people may not be aware of it, but you can actually hold enemies up by drawing your gun on them from behind and do a body check to get weapons from them.
Okay, well, we're going to try that using her.
Right, so let's try that using the Haven Trooper. And the reason for that is that I want to point out that there are variations to this body check pattern.
Cool, okay.
To do this easily, we put the Haven Trooper to sleep. To easily hold her up, go next to her and wake her up. So crouch down, press triangle, you know, Snake will whack her, you know, pat her a few times to get her to get up. And as soon as she, you know, is going to wake up, what we want to do is draw our gun, point at her from behind.
And say hands up.
Right, you'll say hands up.
Right,
She'll hold her hands up. And I think, you know, a lot of people just kind of stop here. You know, they're afraid to lower their weapon because they think, you know, the enemy's going to turn around and attack them. But actually, you know, you have some leeway here. You know, they won't try to attack you for quite some time. So you can go ahead and lower your weapon and come around to the front. And when you get close to them, you'll see an icon come up on screen.
Yeah, triangle.
Triangle, right. So if you press that, you can go into a body check. You'll see symbols come up on screen every once in a while. Just press the triangle.
And she will speak.
Right, she'll speak. You can do this, you know, as much time as you want. Just keep on pressing. She'll be laughing, and you know, there's some interesting voice effects to it. And of course, you know, at the end of the body check, you know, if it's a male opponent, he'll do his thing and and knock the opponent out. But of course, since the Haven Troopers are all women, that doesn't quite.
God damn it, Sean, you got me spotted. Men are all the same. That is one of the better little details in this game. But now we're spotted, so... I wanted to pull the trick on that other guy as well. Let's just chill.
Might work. So,
So what happens when she kicks you and you don't kind of respond? I mean,
it'll go to an alert phase.
Yeah.
So there's probably quite a few listeners right now who probably got that alert phase. So
Yeah. So I thought.
Go ahead and pause the podcast and come back once things have calmed down.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's the body check. So I've gone ahead and put this Haven Trooper to sleep.
Okay.
And let's move on. You'll see that kind of, not really a tunnel, but the kind of archway that we saw to the right earlier.
Right.
So let's just go ahead and go through there. And once again, try not to make too much sound.
Right.
As you come through here. Hug the wall to your right.
Okay.
As you move.
Suck
we
my
pass
balls.
that like a stump.
Yeah, you pass a stump on your left.
Yeah.
You come to a clearing. And towards the center of the clearing, you'll see a guy obsessed with his claymore. So, you know the idea.
Yeah, I don't think that was the. I don't think Sean wanted me to interact with that frog specifically. Let me just check something up here before we continue. Yeah, I think in a way Kojima was predicting what was going to happen with him with this game. No place for Hideo. No place for a guy like Snake anymore in this overly optimized war economy. Removing the human element. All about the business. He probably thought it was going to happen sooner, though. You know, he was looking at the video game landscape at the time, the first-person shooter craze, and just that PS3 gen in general. But it did happen. But quite a few years later, after he was probably expecting. Suck my balls. Ba-dum-bum-bum.
What happened?
Get a few more of those suppressors.
The enemy? Where's he hiding? We're under attack!
Oh, they ran. I know what claymore they ran into. I didn't know they could run into that. Fuck. Okay. Well, I guess we're not gonna blow the PMC up. So after some thinking, I don't think Konami would have fired Kojima just because of MGS5's crazy budget. I mean, well, they were the ones to give him the budget, you know? His budgets got higher and higher with each game for a reason. He was bringing in the money. And they were cool with how the series was evolving and everything, but like we were talking about, the times changed and they realized how lucrative mobile is, gambling. Just the way the industry changed with microtransactions and, you know, the industry evolved into something else. And they're a business, and his way of doing things was not a part of their vision anymore.
What's happening?
His lack of obedience or defiance. Well, yeah, I'm sure I'm sure he was against their new philosophy. For sure, and they probably argued over the future of the series, I would say. And he said pretty much that in that interview. That they both had differing views on the series and where it was going. They wanted it to become you know, they wanted to be shipping those games out like they were on a conveyor belt. Whereas Kojima wanted to spend years making each game, building each one from the ground up. That's not what they wanted. Okay, Sean.
Enemy troopers in action, laying these traps for you. So let's just put them to sleep.
Okay. And then this is basically the route we should take in the first place, right?
So you're following the correct route now. You know, if you look down to confirm. So you're following these footprints, and they come up to this claymore. But then something odd happens right after you, you know, you pass this kind of dead tree area where the claymore is, and you'll notice that you'll see a very odd set of prints.
Wow.
Heading up to your left.
Yes. Okay. I'll make sure you check onto your solid eye and have night vision, and you'll see what these are like hands.
Yeah, handprint.
Handprints lead up to it as well. You know, I forgot about that. That's cool. A BT. Yeah, pretty interesting to see this here.
So someone, for reasons unknown, was walking on their hands, you know, doing a handstand, and walking up to this path to the left.
What, are we gonna follow this?
And yeah, let's just go ahead and follow it.
Okay.
Because there's something kind of cool at the end.
Okay.
Okay, maybe, you know, there's somebody up here. Maybe it's Naomi. There's Naomi doing handstands. No, you see a bunch of hands. Handprints, I guess, right?
Yeah. It's on like the Walk of Fame thing.
Right, exactly. Right.
Wow, I recognize this signature.
Yeah. You know, you're familiar with this signature. We saw so many times.
Yeah, it's
Hideo's.
You know, I think a lot of people might come here and wonder, what is this thing? You know, is it a trap or something? But you know, there's nothing to worry about. It's just here as a little treat for the fans.
I see.
Yeah, something like a Billy memorial for us too.
And you know, there's some items you can get here too. There's a ration
and the Hidechan ramen.
Now that I think about it, I don't think we ever really explained what Hide-chan
Rima,
ramen
Shinkawa,
Hide-chan ramen.
the two biggest ones, of
What
course.
is the Hide-chan?
Ah, you mean that way,
And
right?
all the other devs. Well, not all the other devs, far from it, but a lot of the main players. Hideki Sasaki.
It's kind of sometimes long. Well, it's not long, but a lot of Japanese like to shorten a lot of words.
Murata.
Like, for instance, everyone calls me Aki, but my official name is Akiyoshi.
Oh, okay.
Aki. So Hideo, well, it's not that long, but nicknames, you kind of make nicknames. So you say Hide-chan. Chan is used for like girls or small kids, show expression of cuteness and things like that.
So is that to say, Hideo Kojima is cute? I mean,
maybe he used to be called Hide-chan from maybe his friend
or mentors.
Yeah, mentors.
I see.
So that's why maybe he used the Hide-chan Japanese podcast as a Hide-chan radio, right?
Right.
So Hideo channel radio. So maybe they have like
a little crossover between that.
Right. The little play on words. Yeah.
That's what Hide-chan ramen is all about.
Cool.
Basically, where we found this Walk of Fame kind of, the handprints, this is not the correct route, right?
No.
Okay.
So just go ahead and follow the path you came from and go back to that wide open area. And be careful, just in case the guy you put to sleep earlier,
who was obsessed with this trap,
might have woken up and put this guy to sleep. Okay, so if you look around here, you'll see that, yes, there is still a set of high heels heading off to the left. And, most people would think, well, that's the correct route. I'll go ahead and head to the left. But if you did that, you would actually be going the wrong way. And the reason is that, compared to the high heel prints earlier, you'll notice that the high heel prints that come after this Claymore mine are actually deeper, more defined.
Yeah.
And that means that, a heavier person has been wearing these high heel shoes. And at the same time, near these heavier high heel footprints, you'll see a heavier pair of normal footprints heading off to your right. So basically, they're trying to play with your head here. Trying to trick you into following the high heel footprints to the left. And actually Naomi went off to the right.
I see. And that high heel is heading towards the left?
Yes.
Which is of course not. This
not
is
the correct route. Right. If you head that way, you'll actually find a pair of high heel, a high heel shoe there, kind of saying, oh, this is a trap.
Okay, we're gonna
I forgot about
go
that.
to the correct path now?
Yeah, let's just go ahead and follow the correct path.
All right.
Follow these heavy footprints to your right.
Now we are on the grass part.
You're in a grassy part, and be careful. There might be enemies lurking around.
So make sure you proceed very cautiously, slowly.
Box.
You'll pick up a cardboard box on the right, and then what?
Yeah, there's like an archway.
Already got the box.
And check this point out.
Through the grass. At one point, you'll see the heavy footprints, and then you'll see Naomi's footprints again.
So deep.
Oh!
Alright, so let's just keep on going. Okay. Slow down when you get to the end of this narrow path here. It opens up, and there is a soldier.
Okay, stop here.
Patrolling outside. So go ahead and stop. Be sure not to get.
I didn't change out of my handprints.
There's a bunch of footprints. Kind of chaos.
Okay, yeah, it is. But we should just follow the footprint, the high heel footprint of Naomi, right? Yeah. The footprint, the high heel footprints of Naomi, right? Yeah, okay.
So the same strategy applies. Just follow Naomi's footprints.
Okay.
And head off to the left.
We're following Naomi's footprint, and we have to stop once we see this gap because there's a soldier there.
Right. Yeah. There's a guy patrolling here, so be careful.
We entered this kind of open, sunny area now, and then where do we go?
If you ever come to a split in the road and you don't know where to go, just look down and look for Naomi's footprints. So we see that it kind of goes off to the right here.
Okay. So let's go to the right.
That.
Okay.
And there is a soldier.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, you kind of hear something, right?
Yep. If you come to this point, you hear a helicopter. And that's a sign that you're getting close. They're getting ready to fly away with Naomi. So if you just keep on going in this direction, head to the right. Be careful because there is a soldier patrolling here.
Security's getting tighter. We could be getting close to Naomi.
Tree? Right, there's some trees here.
You missed him.
Yeah, I missed his head, but he's down. Okay. So, just follow these footprints and then head off to the right. And you'll see that they converge into this narrow...
Yeah, but all of a sudden, this is almost like more footprints as Otacon says.
Yeah. because to your left there's it's kind of like a mine shaft-looking passageway.
Okay.
And that'll lead you out and into the next event.
All right.
So, Sean, the advice is everyone should definitely take the other path and check what's happening.
Right, right. There's always a best way to get to the stage, right?
Yeah,
And there's always little clues left, you know, there to show you the fastest way. Like, you know, back in Advent Palace, it's the sleep mines and things like that. And, you know, there's always a fastest way to get through the stage, but it's not necessarily always the way you want to take because there are hidden things and surprises, you know, items that you may want to pick up. So definitely encourage people to explore.
Yeah, the guy peeing. Oh, that was 2 weeks ago, but this time it's more. What did we find?
All the signatures.
Yeah. Well, if people really didn't know what it was about, I'm pretty much a lot of people figured.
Well, people know.
Yeah, Mr. Man. I mean, as a walkthrough, they're pretty pointless. But at least we learn a couple of things every now and then. They do share some interesting little tidbits.
Figure.
Well, people know, you know, Hideo Kojima's signature, so they'll notice.
Yeah, hopefully. You know, his signature is not too hard to read either, so.
Right.
It's a very highlighted in the middle and quite big.
Yeah. Very funny thing is Hideo's signature is the same when he made the sign when he was like a little, and then he's still using the same. Signature.
Oh really?
Yeah, because last time I talked to him and he showed me something like when he was like junior high or something. You know, he wrote the novel, some story or something, and he signed on a paper, and that was same sign.
Except for the
signature.
Well, he always actually writes the year,
right?
Because he wants to know when he signed it, and that's sometimes really handy for us when we see something and we know when he came and when he signed and things like that. But I guess he was predicting that he was going to be this famous when he was like what in middle school?
Maybe he was psychic or something.
Cool, but
no, not psychic, but you know.
Well, he had ambition, right? He knew he wanted to do something.
Right.
Okay, Sean, what are we going to do next time? Where are we going to go?
Okay, next time, we're going to continue with another South American stage.
Okay.
So what we want everyone to do is go to the South American power station stage.
Power station.
Right, and be ready to load that.
Power station.
Power station.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, sounds like...
God damn it, Sean! Why didn't we do this first? Why are we doing the end of Act 2 first?
Yeah, feel the heat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. And next time, make sure you save at the power station, and we'll meet you there. Thanks again, guys. Sean, Ken?
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Well, I'm going to finish Act 2 first.
All right, that's going to wrap up this edition of the Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Check back next time for more tips, tricks, and insider info on Metal Gear Solid 4. Brought to you by Kojima Productions and Hideo Kojima himself. Make sure to send in your comments to Hideo Blog. See you next time.
All right. Syntelic, I'm just seeing your donation now. Thank you for the $5. Here's $5, 3Dog, enjoying the stream. Question. After all the hours of MGS you've streamed, do you still find new things and details? Yeah, sure. Yeah, we do. Still, every now and then. Even with this playthrough, I never listened to this entire podcast before, so I am learning new things and remembering certain things that I forgot about, and yeah. But regarding other details and like new things that were discovered that nobody knew about, one thing that we discovered recently was, and I think it was discovered by Bad Humans, who's in the chat right now, is that Snake's beard will grow back in MGS2. In Arsenal gear. You know how you can give Snake a shaver in MGS2? It's an optional item you can give him. And if you give it to him, when he shows up in Arsenal gear, he'll be clean shaven. However, if you save the game and come back a week later, his beard will be back. It's tied to the in-game clock. Very similar to what they do with the end in MGS3. How if you save the game during the end and come back a week later, or set the clock on your forward or the clock on your forward. If you set the clock on your PS3 forward by a week and come back, you know, he'll have died of old age. And I always thought MGS3 was the first game to fuck around with the in-game clock. But no, it was MGS2. In MGS2, if you save at Arsenal Gear and you gave Snake the shaver, if you come back in a week's time or put the clock forward, his beard will have grown back. So that's something new that we learned fairly recently. The call with the boss at the end of the Virtuous mission with the sorrow and everything, that was also a new one. But yeah, we still learn new stuff every now and then. Ash with the 37 months. Thank you. Yeah, the beard thing is crazy. Like, who is gonna save an Arsenal Gear and come back a week later? You know, if you're at the very end of MGS2, I'm sure it has happened, and people probably did do it, but they just never realized. Maybe someone realized before. Maybe someone posted about it before, but I don't think so. Really crazy. But yeah, Ash, thank you so much for the 37. Stalling on the MGO showdown versus DRK. Well, I won't be doing very well against DRK in MGO because I've never played MGO properly. But I'm sure we'll get round to that eventually. We'll do all sorts of shit. But yeah, it'll be a learning experience for me. I don't really know much about MGO at all. Let me just see here as well. Entropic with the 43 months. Thank you. Rescue Zebra with the 5 months. Thank you. Black Gamer with the 3 months. Thank you. Rudy, I know you, that was a while ago now, but thank you again for that raid. Scar with the 2 months. Thank you.
Otacon, it's Vamp. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, and they're taking Naomi away.
We don't know what will happen. Remember the last time.
I'm willing to make a few sacrifices.
As you wish. We'll begin shortly. The go-ahead. Begin. We'll use his blood. It could get intense. Brace yourselves. Shots, all of you.
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking in half.
Navigational controls aren't stable enough yet.
Need a lift? Revan, get in already!
Naomi! Jump! Walk.
It's gonna be a bumpy ride!
Okay. Thanks.
All right. Here we go.
Snake, I'm bringing the chopper to the other side of the market up ahead. That's as close as I can get. You've got to make it to the market somehow. Snake, to fire the machine gun, stand next to it and press the action button. Then use the right stick to aim and press the attack button to fire. Watch
Oh, my legs.
Oh, shit!
These mechs that they're using are really similar to the mechs in Police Knots. And I think they are modeled on them as well. I think that's the intention. They're very similar. I wish I could remember what they're called now in Police Knots.
Small arms won't do you much good. A large caliber weapon ought to do the trick. Use the machine gun.
Kind of weird that they only show up here as well. MGS, that's it, yeah. I was trying to think.
Alright, we're good to go. Echo, they must really like us.
I think it's the MGS anyway, or it's very close anyway. If you're wrong, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's strange, Captain. I wonder if it was originally going to be used elsewhere, because it really does seem like a waste, doesn't it?
Oh shit! Got an MGS on our ass.
The worst thing is you don't even need to shoot them. They're completely useless as enemies as well. But to be fair, I think it happens with a lot of games where enemies will be designed and, you know, you'll have complex enemies with all sorts of animations and everything, but they'll just end up being scrapped for whatever reason or barely used. Oftentimes just scrapped completely.
Get ready for some speed! They can't hit, but they can't hit!
Those Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
Out of my way! I said moving! Hang on! It's gonna get bumpy! Up front! Here they come! Hold on tight!
Almost there. You can do it.
Don't fall off!
Come on, Naomi. Stay with me. Up you go. You okay?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
We're hiding.
Right here.
Can you move?
Yes. Let's go.
Here they come!
Snake, it's my turn to protect you.
Snake, I'm setting the chopper down at the market square. Hurry!
Naomi, go on ahead.
All right, you ready to murder some civilians? I am. Look at these people. Normal civilians running around in the MGS universe. We can kill them. We can brutally murder them. Look at this.
Get out of there, quick! I can see you! Just a little farther! Run, Snake, run!
Anyone else? Okay. Weird. On Extreme, I think there are more of them.
sorry. I'm a little busy right now.
Thank you.
Don't forget the Mark II.
Naomi, take care of this. Otacon, get us out of here.
Where's Raiden?
Still fighting.
Vamp!
Raiden!
Yet again, our paths crossed. You too, immortal.
No. I just don't fear death.
Could you be be the one to finally finish me.
You okay? Fine. Bryden!
You're...
Boss, she got away. Are you sure about this?
It's all part of the plan.
The test was a failure, even with his code.
As I feared, it's not pure enough. We need all of him.
The PMCs we deployed have suffered brain damage. Nothing salvageable remains. Our only remaining option is to secure the original.
I know that. It's only a matter of time. We're working as fast as we can to find their hiding place. I need you here too, Vamp.
Hang in there!
Vamp. He's got to be immortal.
No, he's not immortal at all. It was my design that caused his body to be like that.
Huh? What do you mean?
The nanomachines in his body cause his wounds to close and heal at an accelerated rate. Someone took the basic nanomachine technology I once researched and perfected it.
Suck my balls.
In a sense, I'm responsible for Vamp. It's one of my sins.
Does your body have the same nanomachines?
I brought a monster into this world. And I too am... Hold him down! He's losing too much blood.
Can you save him?
I don't know. He needs a blood transfusion. No, an infusion of artificial blood.
Snake. Brian. Europe.
Go meet Big Mama.
All right. We made it to the end of Act 2. So, we're going to leave it there for tonight, everyone. And next time, we'll continue with Act 3. I think at the end of Act 3, we'll watch the making of and continue from there. There are a couple of making ofs. I'm not sure if I'm going to show all of them. But we'll see how it goes. We'll do Act 3 next time. The making of. We'll probably do a bit of Act 4 as well. And then, yeah, we probably won't finish it during the next session. I do want to go back and do the podcasts for earlier in Act 2. So we will replay some of Act 2 as well. I'm not sure if I'll do that next time or if we'll do that at some other time. I'm not sure. Anyway, yeah, we'll leave it there for now. Guys, thanks for watching. It was a really fun session. That was a good time. We made a good bit of progress. Had some good discussion. Oh, yeah, and of course, we have another install to go through. Because I'm playing on the disc version. Guys, thanks for watching. And I'll see you soon. I'll probably be back tomorrow with some of this. If I'm not, it'll probably be the day after. But I should be on tomorrow with some more of this. Guys, till next time, have a good one. Cheers, everyone. Peace. Also, Scar, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers, guys.